Anna Smith.
Here.
Sade Fashikun.
Here.
Nikosi Nelson.
Here.
Trish Bodie.
Here.
Paul Gauthier.
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez de Lucia.
Here.
Francesca Romans.
It is 6:20 p.m. and with the quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. Tonight, we have two special guests who are going to be leading us in the pledge tonight. Miss Quinn Fulmer and Miss Claire Osmond will be leading us in the pledge, and they are third graders at Cypress Elementary. All right, whenever y'all are ready.
Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, of liberty and justice for all. And now for the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Please be seated for the moment of silence.
Thank you.
Up next, we have our spotlight on learning, and we're here to welcome our HR department. Yes, Human Resources, whenever you're ready. Take it away.
Madam President, Trustees, Dr. Gehring, we are delighted to shine a light on some all-star team members that are setting the stage for learners here in Leander ISD. Before we get started, we want to introduce ourselves and share a little bit of background information with you. So we'll go ahead and start. Angie, would you start us off and introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Angie Roman. I am at Stiles Middle School as a 6th grade science teacher, and prior to that, I was in HR.
Hi, my name is Purvi Shah, and I am an ICAP teacher at Vandergrift High School. I was an IA for 11 years before.
Hi, I'm Eddie Gary. I'm actually a 6th grade teacher here at Cedar Park Middle School. This is my intern year right now, so pretty fun.
Hi, my name is Morgan Andrus, and I currently teach at Whitestone Elementary. I'm a 5th grade teacher, and this will be my 8th year of teaching, and I came out of the Texas State Teacher Fellows Program.
Hi, my name is Christina Gioni. I am a teacher at Aiken Elementary. I teach SCSS. This is my 6th year here with Leander and my 3rd year as a teacher.
All right, so just really quick, we want to help y'all to see why our Grow Your Own programs are so important. And the slide that's up here, for me, it works and it shows you the shift from 2011. So hopefully if y'all can see it on your computers, it will move. There it goes. So just to point out how drastically teacher certification in Texas has changed. This goes from 2011 to where we're at now, and you can see the change from standard to alt-cert to those who don't have a license at all. And so that's why programs like this, who bring us amazing teachers like this, are so important. And so we so appreciate the funds that y'all have put towards our efforts to grow our own teachers. And so we're going to let y'all hear from these amazing folks.
So as you can see on the slide, this is just a handful of the programs that we work with to get our amazing teachers on board. As you heard, we have a variety of different programs represented here, from residency programs to alternative certification programs. And so these are some of the ones we work most closely with, but there are over 150 different programs in the state, not even counting our universities. For example, through our Grow Your Own programs that we're sponsoring, we've worked with Texas Teachers, I Teach, 240 certification. We've encouraged staff to get their degrees from Graceland University, and then also our partnerships with our universities and other programs. And so we're really excited to have this representation here of the people that have taken advantage of some of these opportunities and the amazing work that they're already doing in their relatively short careers.
Thank you, Ms. Mackey. And I'd be remiss if we didn't have someone else introduce herself. She's a huge part of this HR team and our recruiting efforts. If you'd introduce yourself and tell us about your partner.
Yes. Hello, I'm Jennifer Dunn. I'm the elementary campus recruiter, and it's been a pleasure to be a part of all of their journeys. It's interesting and fun to get to partner with all these different organizations, universities, and things like that. So I'm excited for them to share their story because they really are a huge asset to our district. My partner. Yeah. And Jamie Brzezinski is a secondary campus recruiter, and she is not here this evening, but she is definitely, she and I are partners in crime in all this.
Thank you, Jennifer. And Jennifer drove in from Nacogdoches today. She recruited today in Nacogdoches and drove all the way back to help and found us some really good ones too, she says. Okay, so this is the fun part here. We have some questions for this amazing all-star lineup right here. And we're going to start with Purvi. Purvi, you ready? Yeah. Okay. As a member of the first cohort of Grow Our Own IA to Teacher Pipeline, tell us what it meant to you personally when the district invested in your journey from instructional aide to teacher, and what's one thought you would share with the board about why continuing programs like this is important?
Sure. So being part of the first cohort of Grow Our Own IA, Grow Our Own Teacher, it has been very rewarding, thank you, and life-changing for me. The district's investment in me showed that they believed in my potential and valued the work I was doing with the students. This program gave me the opportunity to pursue my dream of becoming a certified teacher. As I told, I was an IA for 11 years, and I was stalling it off to be or not to be. So when this opportunity came, it was a no-brainer. I was an IA for 11 years, and it gave me the right boost to pursue my dream without worrying about financial and any logistical barriers. This program not only supported my career, but it also affirmed my commitment for the community and students I already love. And to the board, I would like to say programs like these matter because we are not only building a sustainable pipeline of teachers and people who are deeply rooted in the district and connected with students' needs, but when we invest in such people, we are building stronger schools and stability for our children. Thank you. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Purvi. Okay, our next all-star is Eddie, and Eddie is a part of the Cedar Park Middle School family, and I have a question for you, Eddie. You ready? Okay. Now that you are in your second year of the You Teach program, why do you think programs like this are important to schools and students, especially in times of teacher shortage?
So I think programs like this are really important because it gives individuals that do not come from a traditional educational background a chance to get on-hand experience. I come from a path of engineering and just corporate management, so that's where I come from. So I got to take those, come in, and just like any other career, have some on-hand experience, especially navigating some of the challenges that you don't know about education before coming in. Things like, honestly, classroom management, classroom culture, building a lesson plan for the first time. So those are things that are really, really important that you don't know until you get to experience it. So having a program like You Teach be there for me and also support me through it has been something that has been life-changing in a lot of ways, because I have professors that have been able to help me through my first year, which was last year, and help me understand how to make myself better and master my own craft as an educator. And going into my second year now, I am way more confident. I can honestly lead a class in a way that I was never able to do before. And I have also been able to build better parent relationships as well as student relationships and become a way better teacher for my students this year than I've ever thought about. So I think that's really helpful with a teacher shortage, because you're getting to take people who want to be in education, bring them in, and give them a chance to show what they can do. So I'm really thankful for the opportunity I've been given, and I've really enjoyed this second year so far. So here's to a strong second year.
We're thankful for you too, Eddie. Okay, Christina, you're up. Every journey comes with challenges. Before this program, what barriers did you face in becoming a teacher, and how did the district Grow Your Own program help you to overcome those barriers?
So before this, before this program, it was a dream that was paused because I was raising my kids, and financial situation played a big role. But when Leander offered the Grow Your Own program, I felt like a door to my dream had opened. I applied, and there was a criteria to meet. I remember calling my favorite person, Jennifer, and asking her, because I wasn't sure if I qualify or not. So I asked her, I promised her I would double my classes, but please take me for this. Help me get in there. So I was accepted in this program, and I got to do TWU and ACC at the same time, so I can finish all my classes in 2 years, because the program was only 2 years. I had minimal college credits, and I did it all. It was a turning point that allowed me to put my life back on track. It was very hard, but I had to pause my kids' activities, social events, traveling, everything was on paused, and focus on my goal. And what helped me overcome all the obstacles was the incredible support system I had. My family, my teammates at Aiken, my professors at TWU, where they were so supportive, and the amazing encouragement I got from Jennifer and Leander ISD, because if it wasn't for that, I could never get a degree and be teaching. So my dream have turned into reality, and thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing your journey with us. Okay, Morgan, you're up. Having been part of our oldest efforts for Grow Our Own through our partnership with Texas State Teacher Fellows, how has that experience impacted you as a teacher, and what has kept you here in Leander ISD?
Okay. Being a part of the Texas State Teacher Fellows has had a profound impact on my journey as an educator. That experience truly shaped me into the teacher that I am today. Through the program, I received direct mentoring from a master teacher who provided invaluable support and guidance. That mentorship not only gave me strategies that kind of helped me through my first year, but they also gave me strong practices and routines that carried me across the rest of the years of teaching that I've had. Additionally, the emphasis on educational research has allowed me to develop a reflective mindset that has bolstered my ability to analyze and adjust my practice to meet the diverse needs of my students. But I think most importantly, the biggest thing that I walked away from Teacher Fellows with is the firm foundation in Kagan cooperative learning structures. I could use these every single day, and I use them to increase my student engagement and promote that collaborative thinking in the classroom. As for what's kept me in LISD, it's the district's continued support and commitment to educators like me from the beginning of our careers. From the classroom to the campus and district level, I've always felt that LISD prioritizes its teachers as lifelong learners.
And the culture of collaboration, innovation, and growth that I've experienced have allowed me to feel challenged, but also supported. And this combination has made all the difference in my career and developing me into the educator that I am today. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. Appreciate you sharing that with us. Okay, we're going to close it out with Angie. Now, this one's a little bit bittersweet because Angie was part of the HR department, but her dream was to be a middle school teacher, and she has achieved her dream. So she is serving as a middle school teacher and just left us and is starting her journey as a middle school teacher this year. I have a question for you, Angie. You have had such a unique journey. Can you share with us what inspired you to pursue teaching and how you found your way from being an HR administrative assistant to Stiles Middle School science teacher?
Absolutely. My journey is a long one, but I just want to do a quick summary of it. So prior to coming to HR, I worked at Stiles as a sub after COVID, and I was there after a long career of HR and management and those things. And I went to really somewhat be a fly on the wall because my daughter was there and she was struggling after COVID, and I started subbing and loved it. Absolutely found that it was a true passion of mine. So throughout the year, I ended up long-term subbing in science, and the passion just blew up right there. But over the summer, I had applied at HR because that was my background, and they hired me. So I got into HR and got to meet these fabulous people, and just to hear all the amazing stories. And Jennifer and Lisa and Jamie talked to me and said, hey, we have all these awesome programs. What do you think? And I'm like, I was just blown away and so excited. So I went through Graceland University, and it has been a fabulous journey. It really has. It's been 2.5 years of hard work, a lot of reprioritizing family stuff, but I don't think I've ever worked harder, but I've achieved exactly what I wanted, and I could not be more thrilled to be at Stiles and to teach 6th grade. I think they're my people, and I love them, and I was really reflecting today on where I came from just those 4 years ago in subbing and how much I have learned going through Graceland and the opportunity. I just cannot thank HR, Lisa and Jamie and Jennifer enough, and Rachel and everyone for supporting me through this, because it truly is a dream of mine, it is a passion, and I love it every day. These kids are wonderful, so thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Love your enthusiasm. I think we can all agree that the joy of teaching and learning is alive and well in Leander ISD. Thank you for sharing a part of your journey with us tonight. And most importantly, thank you for sharing your time and talents with our students. We are very grateful. And we want to thank our board for allowing us the opportunity and resources to provide these opportunities for staff members that result in opportunities for the students that we all serve. Any questions?
No, but just thank y'all so, so much for all that y'all do. And don't move because we're going to get a picture.
Good job, y'all.
Thank you so much, Human Resources and the Spotlight on Learning. Next is the citizen comments portion of our agenda. The board appreciates the community's engagement in tonight's meeting and the valuable input provided through citizens' comments. In accordance with Leander ISD Board Policy, BED Local, the presiding officer may make adjustments to the public comment procedures in order to accommodate large numbers of individuals wishing to address the board. This evening, we have 41 individuals signed up to speak. In addition to a lengthy list of topics for the board to consider, normally the board allows each speaker in public comment up to 90 seconds for his or her presentation. Due to the high number of individuals who will be speaking this evening, I'm adjusting that time to 60 seconds per speaker so that we may hear from everyone and have time remaining to conduct the business of the board. Before I invite the first speaker to the podium, we will watch a short introductory video.
Hello, my name is Eileen. I'm a senior at Leander High School. The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body responsible for serving the educational needs of all school children, like me and my friends here in Leander Independent School District. Their mission is to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the Citizens' Comment agenda item. This is dedicated time during the meeting to hear from the whole community, and the entire LASD family is listening. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. To our speakers, before you speak, we hope you have read the guidelines specified in board operating procedures and BED Local. The board wants to hear from everyone. Please be mindful of your conduct and example you are choosing to set while presenting complex information. Remember that school children of all ages may participate in board meetings, either by watching them online, or you might even see some of us in the audience. Still remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email or just tell them that you would like to chat sometime. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be hard, but please conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
Speakers 1 through 10, if y'all don't mind going ahead and lining up here, please. And speaker number 1, whenever you are ready, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Claire, and I'm in 3rd grade in Cypress Elementary, and I do not think you should shut down any school. I have one reason. Number 1, the people who are planning to go to Cypress will be turned down. Imagine your parents being turned down. Imagine their faces. I only have one reason, but I need to tell you something. There is once an old cypress that got destroyed, and people made a new one for us to learn. Without them, we wouldn't be here right now. And now you are shutting down the school you made. How rude. Thank you for your time.
Speaker number 2.
Hi, my name is Minka Goswami. Thank you for letting me speak today. I've been going to SRE since kindergarten. I'm here because the adults are talking about shutting down our school, and it doesn't seem fair to me that the kids are having to face the consequences of this problem. While it may just seem like moving kids to another school to you, the real thing that is happening is that we are losing our classrooms, friends, and the place where our childhood mainly takes place. There are many places throughout the U.S. that are losing people to our home that are having no problems keeping their schools open, while we in Leander ISD, the place that is growing in numbers, are having to shut down our school. When you close a school, you're not just shutting down a building of bricks. You are closing a part of the Steiner Ranch community. I hope you take my words in consideration. Thank you for letting me have your time.
Speaker number 3.
Hello, my name is Quinn Fulmer, a 3rd grader at Cypress Elementary. We learn more than reading and writing. We learn kindness matters. Miss Beard is teaching us not to interrupt each other. I haven't lost any tea to bucks for interrupting this year. Miss Smith is teaching us to be better listeners because sometimes we ask the same questions or blurt out it. Miss Hillsberg even has a kindness bingo where you can earn a prize. I've been coming to these meetings with my mom since the beginning of summer break, and I know that there's lots of big feelings because we all love our schools. So I think you could use a kindness break. Thank you for letting kids talk first. Thank you for listening to my teachers because they are very smart. And I like how you are patient and listen to everyone. My mom says people vote for leaders, so you must be pretty smart and kind. I hope you can make the kind decisions and keep Cypress open because we are worth it.
Speaker number 4.
Hello, my name is Charlie Fulmer, and I graduated from Cypress last year. Cypress isn't just a school to me, it's where I grew up. It's where I learned to read, to multiply, to fall in love with performing in plays and Cheetah News, and to be a good friend. The teachers at Cypress don't just teach lessons, they care about us. They make learning fun, and they believe in every student. My classmates and I felt safe, supported, and part of a family. Closing Cypress would mean taking away that family for the kids who are there now and for the kids who are supposed to go there in the future. Cypress isn't just a building. It's memories, friendships, and a place where kids can thrive. Please keep Cypress open. It made me who I am, and I want other kids to have that same chance. Thank you.
Can I have speakers 11 through 16 come line up? And speaker number 5 whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Dr. Gearing and the Board of Trustees. My name is Kyle Goldman. I'm a resident of Steiner Ranch. Next week, you have a special meeting and you're going to review the long-range plan. And I'm here today to encourage you to closely review the most recent annual demographic report from PASA from the fall of 2024. Pages 32 and 33 of that report provide tables of projected elementary enrollment. And every year, Steiner Ranch Elementary is projected to enroll more students and have higher utilization than any of the other schools in the neighborhood. And those same tables project one of the other schools' enrollment is only going to drop to 263 students and have 31% utilization in the coming years. And after this school year, that school's utilization is not expected to reach even 39% at any point in the projected future. You might be asking why Steiner Ranch has a high number of elementary students. It's because that's the most affordable part of the neighborhood. That's where young families come. It's surrounded by 1,050 apartment units, including 300 plus that are owned by the Housing Authority of Austin. Please don't close our school.
Thank you. Speaker number 6.
6 isn't here. 6 isn't here. I'm 8.
Oh, yeah. So 6 didn't check in, 7 didn't check in, so number 8.
Thank you for having us. I'm a community member advocating Keep Steiner Ranch Elementary open. I'm going to piggyback a little bit off of our last meeting where there was a futurist who was speaking and said that if you close Steiner Ranch, you cut off all future possibilities for the school. And I just really want to emphasize that because I think there's a lot of potential opportunities that the board could do with that school. I think it's a perfect place to test new ideas without uprooting students from moving them and the staff to other schools. We could try open enrollment that I know that we've talked a lot about in this room, or relaxing the transfer policy so the neighboring schools and the school districts that had poorly performing schools could come into an A-rated school. We could try the pre-K program without closing the school. We could just have the pre-K program in a different wing of the school. And we could also use the different wing for district offices or some kind of private partnership. I think its proximity to 620 lends a lot to the flexibility and optionality of the school.
Thank you. Speaker number 9.
Hi. As we've continued to express concerns about procedural justice, admin has been firm. Closure decisions are data-driven, but even the best analytics can't turn bad data into truth. Predictive analytics only work when the raw data is accurate. The numbers being used to justify closure don't add up. In PASA's 2024 report, Cypress was projected to lose 35% of its enrollment by 2035. But last month they said, quote, "We are not projecting extensive continued decline, and these two things can't be true together." In addition, there are inconsistencies about the combined enrollment of Cypress and Almond. In the May 29th presentation, enrollment was listed at 841, yet PASA's own published report listed 855 for the same year. That combined enrollment of the two schools last year was 947. Why was the lowest number chosen, chosen. From where we stand, it looks like selective framing. We see through it. And trustees, we ask you to demand accuracy before a decision cannot be undone. Thank you very much.
Speaker number 10.
Hi, Nicole Kraus, Cypress parent and PTA board member. District administration, in your own long-range plan FAQ, you promised that feedback from community meetings would be gathered, aggregated, and used to identify common themes. You promised that families would be fully informed, but that's not what happened. The thought exchange was presented as a tool to capture our voices. Yet where is that information now? Where have the themes been identified and shared? Without that transparency, the so-called community forums are ineffective at best and disingenuous at worst. Parents walked away with more questions than answers because the most basic commitment to show us how our feedback shaped the process was never met. I do want to take the time to thank almost all of the board members who are present here today for meeting with us as parents, concerned community members, and teachers. You've showed up at every community conversation, and that effort matters. But for the process to be meaningful, the district must honor its own promises, release the aggregated thought exchange results, identify the common themes, and come back to families with real dialogue before moving forward with closing schools.
Speaker number 11.
Maggie Detman. I'm a parent at Cypress to 2 boys, 3rd grade and 4th grade. I stand here before you with one simple truth. When the numbers keep changing, the trust erodes. For nearly a decade, Cypress Elementary's practical capacity was a steady 779 students. Then in 2021, capacity dropped to 652. In 2023, it rose to 668. And in 2024, it suddenly jumped to 860. That's a 29% increase in 1 year. And these are not minor adjustments that go unnoticed. They're swings of nearly 200 students, equivalent to 9 full classrooms. Yet the methodology behind these shifts does not account for the programmatic needs or the architectural differences between schools. How can our community accept permanent closures when the data justifying them is unstable, inconsistent, and quite frankly, unreliable? Accuracy is more important than uniformity. We urge the district to pause, reevaluate these numbers with an independent, transparent process before making irreversible decisions.
Thank you. Speaker number 12. Speaker number,
Good evening. The Save Cypress community has been keeping a running list of cost-saving and revenue-generating ideas to address the budget deficit. We're up to more than 20 items, and I know we're missing things. These are viable approaches discussed by this board, the Long Range Planning Committee, and district administration, including your very own CFO, some of which are estimated to save as much or more money than closing 3 schools. Here are just 3. Fix the way you staff block scheduling at the high schools. Reduce the number of instructional coaches by half and centralize them to provide targeted support. Require all secondary schools to use the scheduling software we already pay for. Whenever we ask why the district isn't implementing other strategies first, the answer is that they aren't silver bullets and won't fix the budget crisis. But we know that. The point is that you don't just do one of them. You implement a series of strategies that add up to a significant amount of money. And by your own admission, closing schools isn't going to fix budget issues either. At the May 29th board meeting, when the 3 pathways were presented, Dr. Gehring said, quote, "I want to point out that we don't resolve a structural budget problem by closing schools. That's not the solution to a budget problem. Those are 2 separate things."
Thank you. Speaker number 13. And before you begin, number 13, can speakers number 17 through 22 please come line up? Number 13, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, board members. I'm here tonight to raise a serious concern. During the August 25th community conversation, Dr. Gehring and Mr. Trimble both stated that they have no experience closing schools. More importantly, they have not worked with other districts who have closed schools to learn whether it's truly cost-effective in the long run. They haven't presented any research or studies from other school districts who have experience with school closures that prove that this plan actually saves money. A national study conducted by the Pew Charitable Trust of 6 large urban districts that closed schools found that money saved as a result of school closures was relatively small. So my question is simple. Why would we move forward with closing a school without all the facts? Without data, without experience, and without proven outcomes, this isn't a decision, it's a gamble. And it's an irreversible gamble with our children, our communities, and our future. We deserve better than guesswork. Thank you.
Speaker number 14.
This summer's uncertainty around closures has already cost Cypress dearly.
Fearing the school might close, families chose not to enroll their children. Incoming kindergarten families went elsewhere. And on top of that, last year, the district moved programs like Pre-K3 and ICAP off our campus. Decisions that reduced Cypress's enrollment by around 40 students, nearly 5% of its new capacity. Parents have even reported being denied in-district transfers despite open seats. Whether intentional or not, these actions suppressed enrollment and accelerated a decline that the district now uses to justify our closure. This creates the perception, fair or not, that Cypress was set up to fall below 60%. If the district wants to rebuild trust, the path forward must include transparency, community partnership, and investment in, not abandonment of, our schools. Thank you.
Speaker number 15.
Good evening again. Seems like we get to hang out every week. I want to speak about the impact again of closing the schools with kids with IEPs. This is dear to my heart. These children rely on the consistency with teachers, therapists, and routines that support their learning and growth. When you move them, you risk disrupting years of progress. The laws require their service to continue, but beyond the law, we must protect their rights of stability. Families already navigate so much, and a closure adds new barriers with transportation, new staff, new environments. So please remember that these are the most vulnerable students. They all are. If a closure must happen, there must be clear and detailed plans. And at the end of the day, we're not affected. It's these guys that are affected. You guys go home and go to bed, and we have to deal with these guys who are now upset and estranged because they're being moved. So let's think about the little guys. Thank you.
Speaker number 16 did not check in, so we'll go with speaker number 17.
Hi, my name is Maria Jose. I'm a proud parent at Cypress Elementary and a PTA board member. I understand the challenges of declining enrollment in the southern part of our district and overcrowding in the north. But closing our schools to cut staff and administrative costs doesn't solve the overcrowding problem. It simply shifts the burden and destabilizes thriving communities. What concerns many of us most is the lack of transparency. At the August 25th Community Conversations meeting, Mr. Trimble stated that the district would be sharing the full evaluation matrix. Yet to date, we've only seen a small snapshot of one that conveniently highlights our Cypress Elementary as a candidate for closure. This feels like a fair analysis and more like a predetermined outcome, especially given the district's interest in repurposing our building as an administrative site or a parking lot. We need a comprehensive district-wide plan that looks at the big picture, how to balance enrollment, responsibly use facilities, and support all students across LISD for the long term. AISD has a great example.
Thank you, speaker number 17. Speaker number 18 is not here, so we'll go with speaker number 19.
Good evening. As a teacher and parent of two students that went to Steiner Ranch Elementary, I am troubled by the facts that we as a community are being given. Unfortunately, with each progressive meeting, the data becomes more muddled and the need for school closure becomes even more unclear. My biggest concern is the lack of attention being given to the thing that matters most, the children. The future of our school is being trivialized into a capacity number. The problem is this decision started from a spreadsheet and lastly considers the children, if it considers them at all. When it comes to elementary education, it should start with them. We're being made to believe that the only way you know how to run a successful school model is to jam it full of 800+ students. And this idea is then being backed up by inconclusive and inaccurate data. I demand that you come sit at the crosswalk at our school and watch that intersection flood with children as they get ready to embark on another fun day of learning. Please go get better data. Please exhaust all avenues. You're going to lose more than a school if you close us.
Thank you, speaker 19. Speaker number 20 did not sign in, and so we'll go with speaker number 21. And before you begin, 21, can I get speaker 23 through 28 to come line up? And whenever you're ready, 21.
Good evening. Before moving forward with consolidation or significant staff reductions at Cypress, I urge the district to consider alternatives that could keep our school at capacity. Has the district conducted a survey to gauge how likely families might be to seek alternative educational options if their schools consolidate or if staff is drastically cut? Understanding this could help prevent unintended enrollment losses that might offset projected savings. Surely closing schools and cutting staff will only accelerate enrollment decline. Additionally, I encourage the district to consider using bond funds to update and repurpose spaces that the students and staff use, particularly those that are aging. Simple improvements such as updated playground equipment, which the CFAC recommended as a high priority item for the 2023 bond, could greatly enhance the student experience and attract more families to the school. Existing spaces could be converted to shared offices or meeting rooms to further strengthen the collaboration between our district and the school staff. Please weigh these possibilities carefully. Let's bring more families to LISD.
Thank you, Speaker 21. Okay, all right. Speaker number 22.
I'm a Cypress parent, and I've been here all summer showing my disagreement with the proposed closure of our school, standing in solidarity with other schools as well. I was also at the community conversations night till 10:15. I may not be the angriest voice in the crowd, though I am angry. What I really came away from that night feeling was utterly disappointed. From all of the corrected data I have seen, it is so obvious that Cypress never should have been on the chopping block in the first place, but it was convenient for us to be there so the district could make their preferred proposals. What makes me lose so much trust is that I don't know that this matters to you. I worry that data and logic and fairness will not win the day here. As many have said, this is not what I ever would have expected from this district. And I firmly believe that we need to display moral courage wherever we can these days. But I will stay optimistic. I will trust that you will vote in such a way that restores my faith in the moral compass of LISD. Vote against closing or diminishing schools that by no reasonable standards should have even been under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 23 did not check in, so we'll go with speaker number 24.
Before any decisions are made, we need to clearly identify the real problem. Is it unbalanced enrollment with northern schools at or over capacity while southern schools are under-enrolled? Or is it the budget crisis where cutting $4 million is seen as the solution to solve the problem? The strategic and responsible approach would be to look at the big picture, developing a transparent 2-year, 5-year, and 7-year plan that addresses enrollment and budget together. Closing schools in the south while planning to build new schools in the north doesn't solve the problem. Even if new schools are built with bond money, they must still be staffed with M&O funds, bringing us right back to the same budget strains. Instead, let's think creatively. How do we keep families in public schools instead of losing them to private and charter options? How do we maximize open enrollment by making our schools and programs more attractive? How can we make strategic boundary adjustments or think about smarter facility planning? Please don't take the quick fix of closing a school to save a couple $1 billion. Look at the big picture.
Thank you. Speaker 25 did not check in, so we'll go with speaker number 26. And before you begin, 26, can I please get group speakers 29 through 33 to come line up? 26, whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is Wei Zhang. I'm a parent of 2 Laura Bush students, so I want to make sure you understand the consequences of closing SRE. Laura Bush and River Ridge don't have the space to accommodate a 50% increase in student population. There's no parking space, there's no classroom space, no lunchroom space. It's not a good solution long term. And Laura Bush and River Ridge are your best 2 schools in the district. So you're going to close one of the best schools, and you're going to also put those 2 best schools in jeopardy, all for uncertain economic benefits. So I think what will happen next year is this time around, instead of 1 school being upset, you're going to have 3 schools being upset here talking about it. But at that point in time, there's not going to be any remedies left. So I want to say that closing SRE is a risky move, and I hope you will reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 27.
Good
Good evening. I am here today to express my concerns and frustrations following the recent meeting at Steiner. I felt the administration was putting the cart before the horse. While it is clear that Leander ISD is facing a financial challenge, the proposed to close Steiner Ranch Elementary feels more like a Hail Mary attempt than a thoughtful, well-researched resolution. Why close Steiner Ranch Elementary, a school that has already been renovated, has the space, is convenient to access, has a strong academic reputation, only to move children to another school that needs repairs, smaller, and upgrades? This is not saving money. This is simply shifting cost. Closing a well-functioning school to pour money into another campus makes no financial sense. At the board meeting 2 weeks ago, it became apparent that on the demographic study it was presented, the information that was sent was, we were wrong 10 years ago. Or we haven't done the research, but we can get up to you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 28.
Hello again. Before the district makes an irreversible decision like closing Cypress Elementary, it is critical to ensure every alternative has been responsibly examined. The board must clearly define the criteria guiding consolidation, and that criteria must be evidence-based, transparent, and centered on student outcomes, not convenience or optics. Closing any school is not the answer, but if enrollment is the measure, why do middle schools in the district operate with fewer than 600 students while others serve more than 1,000 to 1,500? Clearly, capacity numbers are not applied uniformly, and any decision of this magnitude requires consistency and transparency. Cypress is an A-rated school with strong academic results, serving 18% economically disadvantaged and 16% special education students. It is a proven model of success. Closing such a campus would undermine the district's stated commitment to equity, excellence, and stability for students. We urge you to build a long-term plan rooted in fairness, consistency, and above all, prioritize the student needs above adult interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 29.
Hello, I just wanted to mention that when Leander ISD built Cypress Elementary in 1987, they specifically chose that location to honor and preserve its historical significance as a school site, as it was built in the 1860s by the first settlers who were working at Anderson Mill, living along Cypress Creek. It has deep roots in our community, and we believe it should always be a school site. That is why the historical marker is there, and that's why the school was built there, and it actually has so much history. Me and my friend Erin, we went out to the old school site. We could see remnants of the school. It's just yards away from the current school. They had the first toilet in all of Cypress Creek built there. They put it in for the kids because they care about their education, and have modern or old-fashioned plumbing. And it's really interesting. There's an old creek there called Old School Creek where they would bring up the water from the school. It's still there too. This guy knows so much history about the school and the land, and we're going to document it all and share it so everyone can hear about it.
Thank you. Speaker number 30. And before you begin 30, can I please get speakers 34 through 41 to please line up whenever you're ready.
We moved to Steiner 16 years ago. All three of my kids went to Steiner, Canyon Ridge, and Vandegrift, and I've proudly taught at Steiner for 14 years. I love this district. I trusted Leander with my children, my career, my community, my money, and my vote. But sadly, I no longer trust the people who pay my salary. We were given promises, if only we pass this bond, but those promises have been broken. I'd like to believe that our leaders want to do good things and make good decisions, but so far they've failed to deliver a good plan. When asked what happens next, there's no answer. They don't have a clear plan. Could they sell the land in Steiner Ranch? That question's been artfully dodged. I understand that the minds of our administrators, my boss, they've been made up. So today I'm speaking directly to you, the board members. You're the real decision makers and the voice of this community. So I ask you, what's your legacy if you allow our beloved neighborhood schools to close? Please tell them no. Demand a real plan, not just the first step, but the full picture. Our community deserves transparency and we deserve better. Tell them no.
Thank you. Speaker number 30. Speaker number 31.
When we first heard that Steiner Ranch Elementary could shut down, my 7-year-old asked, "Mom, why can't they find another way?" Since then, our children's questions about losing their school, teachers, and friends have overshadowed our lives. The only answer I've been able to give is that we are all trying our best to save this school. This community and everyone you see here has done their part. We have organized, petitioned, and spoken at every opportunity. We have offered up our time, our energy, and our presence at these events, and you've never properly engaged the solutions or alternatives we've proposed. You've so casually suggested closing a beloved grade A school without considering the impact of that decision, the damage this will cause to children who have lost years of educational stability during the pandemic, the significant safety risks in case of a fire or flood, and the lasting upheaval of the entire neighborhood. We've done everything in our power, but unfortunately, it's not the responsibility of the parents, teachers, and community members to save this school. It's yours. So today, I beg you to do the right thing, not the convenient thing. You owe it to us and to these children. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 32 did not check in, so we'll go with speaker number 33.
Hi. I will be echoing Speaker 13. She did a wonderful job. One thing I don't understand is how the board is supposed to make an educated decision on the future of our schools when they don't have solid information to go on. Numerous studies should have been done to help draw a clearer picture of what our communities could look like if a school were to be repurposed or closed. A few studies that should have been done but have not include a district revenue impact study, special needs impact assessment, transportation impact study, and a teacher quality comparison study, just to name a few. My dad always used to say, piss poor planning leads to piss poor performance, and we could be headed in the wrong direction if a decision is made to close schools without more information. And one other thing that was discussed at last week's meeting at CRMS that I don't understand that Dr. Gearing had mentioned is renaming schools and choosing new mascots. Is that like a pacifier for our community, supposed to make us feel better? For obvious reasons, that is not a fiscally responsible idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 34.
Per the district's demographic study from 2014 to 2024, there was an increase in enrollment of 6,326 students, or 17.47%. Comparatively, from the published financials on the website during the same time period, there was an increase in district expenditures of $4,588,098, or 82.35%. 82% increase of spending alongside an enrollment increase of only 17% doesn't make sense, even if we include inflation of 32%. If you want to actually solve the problem, let's focus on administrative expenditures, not closing schools. Last week, Dr. Gearing stated that employees in small schools are only doing half a job. This statement is a major discredit to every school staff who work tirelessly every day to make our schools run as well as they do. Admin's message to teachers and staff has long been to do more with less, so then they likewise need to take a look in the mirror and ask themselves, why are they doing less with more? One might even say that each full-time employee in admin is only doing half the work.
Speaker number 35.
At the community meeting last week, Dr. Gearing said if it were his kids and his neighborhood, he would be advocating to keep Steiner Ranch Elementary open as well. When you look at the numbers, the difference between closing Steiner Ranch Elementary, Path 1, and keeping it open, Path 2, is 0.16% of the district's operating budget. We are spending a significant amount of time talking about this sliver of a difference instead of actually looking at solutions to find that money somewhere else and avoid the lasting harm to a neighborhood of closing a high-performing school. I urge you as board members to think about the total cost of this to a community, and I ask you to approach this decision as if it were your kids and your neighborhood. Let's cross the kindness bridge together instead of pushing kids off of it.
Thank you. Speaker number 36 did not check in, so we'll go with speaker number 37. 37, whenever you're ready.
Good evening. At first, want to thank you for
holding our community meetings and coming and listening to us. We have a lot of really great things to say and share with you. Before any decision can be made about closing Steiner Ranch Elementary, we need transparency. We need a clear redistricting plan. How can families support a move when we have no idea where our kids will go? Steiner Ranch is a successful school with a long-standing record of serving its diverse students exceptionally well, academically, emotionally, and socially. We need to know what their future would look like. We're not asking the board to rubber stamp the admin's plan without these details. We're asking you to do what's right with all of the facts in hand. Where are the updated traffic studies? What about bus routes? We have lots of questions and we all deserve the answers. How long will our youngest learners be on buses? And why are we working with approximations when you have the ability to walk these campuses and get real detailed numbers? These numbers matter when it comes to serving all your students, including those in speech therapy, reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 38.
Hi, my name is Chris Gawan, parent of one Cypress Cheetah currently, hopefully 2 next year. Cypress is said to have capacity for 860 students under this new formula. The number looks good on paper, but ignores reality. The equation assumes every classroom is used only for general instructions, yet schools must dedicate rooms to special education, ESL, speech, dyslexia, and other programs. At Cypress, at least 4 to 5 classrooms are permanently used for these essential needs. Adjusting for that, capacity is closer to 770 or 785, almost identical to the number the district's longstanding practical capacity. In fact, Cypress' historical median enrollment is 746, a number that matches the real-world evidence of when portables become necessary. Portables are costly, unsafe in emergencies, and send a clear message that we are cramming kids into inadequate space. Our children deserve classrooms, not trailers. The current formula is flawed because it treats every building the same, ignoring programmatic needs and architectural differences. We ask the district to adopt a methodology grounded in actual usage and best practices rather than relying on a simplistic equation that does not reflect the lived experience of our campuses. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 39.
Hello, my name is John Martin. I am here today to speak for all elementary schools in danger of closing, especially Steiner Ranch Elementary. This district calls itself student first, but let's be clear, there is no angle, no spin that makes closing an A-rated school like Steiner Ranch a student first decision. And what's worse, there is no plan for what happens afterwards. What is your roadmap for students and families once SRE closes? Here are the questions, and we need answers. What are your plans for this building? Why shut down a school that was recently renovated and still being paid for? What is the support plan for students, socially, academically, and emotionally, when their community is dismantled? How will closing an already successful school benefit the district financially or academically in the long run? A true student-first district would act with transparency, clarity, and respect for its communities. Until that happens, families in South Leander ISD will see these closures as anything but student-focused.
Thank you. Speaker number 40.
I'm John. I got a couple, actually 3 boys in the district. I know y'all have heard a lot over the summer. You'll have a lot to mull on and tough decisions to make. I hope you'll remember a couple of things. What's essential versus what's non-essential. What's essential is the quality of education for these students and for these kids. What's non-essential is additional office space, meeting space, et cetera, for central admin. Another thing, campus utilization is not a one-size-fits-all, and it's not a zero-sum game. So campus utilization needs to be defined by what's best for the students, not what's best for buildings. And you're not going to solve overcrowding in the north by overcrowding everybody else in the south. So, God bless. Thanks.
Speaker number 41.
LISD and the superintendent promised that passing Proposition A would not result in school closures. Yet, current proposals contradict that promise. Parents submitted research because the data driving these decisions is full of inconsistencies and faulty projections. At the August 25th meeting, it was admitted that the board still hadn't reviewed our findings. I've sent multiple emails, and it took 9 business days to get one response on September 3rd. How can the board possibly review all community input before voting on October 9th? This process and the superintendent's actions have breached our trust. At that same meeting, a student voiced concern about overcrowding. The superintendent reassured her that the law sets a cap, but failed to mention that districts routinely request waivers. My son's class had 27 students, another class over 30. These are real numbers, and his omission was misleading. Then, he mocked parents' concerns with a dismissive tone and disrespected our school staff. That's not how a leader engages with a community concern.
Thank you, speaker number 41. And that concludes our citizen comment portion of the agenda tonight. Board members, we're going to head to consent agenda. Do y'all have any motions related to consent agenda items?
Madam President, I move that the board approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second.
A motion from Trish, a second from Sade. All in favor? 7 ayes. Motion passes. Next, just cut myself off. Next, we'll head to the superintendent's report. Dr. Gearing, you're up.
Thank you, Madam President. We're excited to share the learning that's happening across the district. We're going to start with some, I'm not sure what's on there. We're going to talk a little bit about the student learning that's happening at our middle schools. We're going to share a little bit about our middle school libraries, particularly in this picture that you're about to see. I want you to take note of the fact that our students are not just reading, but at the supplemental materials that are helping them to really dig into the books that they're focused on. It's interesting in this case as well that we have, not in this particular picture, but at this same moment, lots of parent volunteers who are helping the students in the library as they're processing their reading materials. You want me to talk for 30 more seconds?
You could sing.
Yeah, no, that would be painful.
I know some songs. Taylor Swift.
All right, there we go. So these are our middle school students at Henry Middle School, and you'll notice those materials I talked about. We also are seeing lots of goals showing up all over the district. You know that this is one of our focuses in the district this year, is on making sure that students are setting goals, that our staff is setting goals. And so we're seeing these particular goals are from students at Reagan Elementary School. And we're continuing to help those students not only set goals, but make sure that they're monitoring the progress that they're making towards those goals. On the empowered staff side, we often talk about the work that our teachers are doing and our paraprofessionals and our instructional staff, but one of the powerful groups that helps to make sure that our campuses continue to operate every single day effectively and efficiently is our front office teams. And so this is just one celebration of our Winkley front office team and the incredible work that they do to make sure that our students and our families and our staff have everything that they need to make that work well. One of the great programs in the district is our Leadership LISD program. And this is a year-long program that brings community members into the district and shows them through various different parts of the district. We have our staff come in and address them to share the work that's happening in different departments in the district. And so we're very pleased that our class of 2026 has kicked off, and we're starting to see that work happening throughout the district. We had our first session with our police department and also our HR department, working them through some of the details of the work that they do on a daily basis. We're also extremely proud to have had our swearing-in ceremony for our new police department. We got the opportunity to have guests from all over the state come to celebrate what is a first for us as a district, and we're really pleased with this opportunity to be able to provide the safety and security for our staff and students going forward. We also have equipment and vehicles coming in as we continue to build that police force out. And so you will start to see our officers and in their vehicles start to show up around the district. Just a quick reminder then of the roadmap that we're on. We have had those community conversations, as you heard this last week. On Tuesday, September 9th, we will be holding the board workshop to work through both budget and long-range planning. And then there will be a review of long-range planning on September 18th with a recommendation coming from the administration at that time, and then a decision opportunity for the board on October 9th. As we run through the rest of the fall semester, then October through December, there will be updates coming to the board on budget and staffing and also enrollment development. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
I have a question. Yep. So I have got some questions from board members about what September 9th looks like. Can you kind of give them a heads up, like what to expect? Is this going to be a place where the board can talk about what we heard in community conversations? Is this a place where the board can ask any and everything? Are you going to present plans? What is the makeup of this board workshop?
Absolutely. So we'll be bringing themed results from all of the community feedback that we've received, both at the community conversations, but also through the thought exchange, through the Let's Talk messages, the email messages. So we'll be bringing that back to the board. We'll also be bringing a recap of the entire long-range planning process, all of the data pieces that we've brought. We're going to try to collect that all in one place for you so that we can walk through that and make sure that everybody has a clear understanding of where we are. We're also having budget conversations, so we'll bring you a full budget preview of where we are in that process and the position that we find ourselves in as a district, with the opportunity for the board then to ask as many questions as they have, for us to have really open dialogue and conversation about all of the things that have happened in terms of budget and process, in terms of long-range planning and process, including community conversations. So we really want that to be a robust conversation that makes sure that everybody has everything that they need as we head towards the September 18th meeting and then the October 9th decision.
If board members have, at the last board meeting, I requested, the capacity individual to come. If board members have other questions, when would be a good time, a deadline for them to get to you so that way they can get that information in the board meeting?
So we're already pretty far in the planning for next Tuesday. So we've had a lot of conversation with board members about what they need on Tuesday. So we will bring everything that we know so far. If you have anything else, then I need you to tell me immediately if possible, so that we can plan for that on Tuesday. But we hope to be able to meet as many of your needs as possible.
So I just curious about, there are some things that the board's asked at previous meetings, like several meetings back. Are those things coming forward? Are they on the administration's radar? If we asked for things about bond, or we asked for things about, we just asked several things a few meetings back. I'm thinking those are already on your radar. You do not need us to reiterate them. Is that correct?
No, so we've really gone back and tried to make sure that we've covered everything for Tuesday, so we feel pretty confident that we've got all of that.
Okay. And then our community's been asking certain questions, and there is some consensus on some of those asks. I'm thinking our administration's probably also listened to that, and I understand maybe administration feels like, well, didn't I give this information, but maybe it's in a different way or whatever. So I'm hoping that you are looking at all of that, or do we need to, as a board, reiterate and double down?
I think we were listening very carefully. We're going to try to bring as much of that back as possible. And so, of course, then if there's anything that we miss on Tuesday, the board will have an opportunity to ask us to bring that back on September 18th as well.
Thank you. We will be ready with questions then.
Yep, board members, it's our time to do our job. So, all right, Dr. Gehring. Anything else, board members?
I do have one question. We talked before about our police department, and it's been a hot minute since we made the initial decision of why a police department and why that was the best fit for our district. And when we came back and we kind of walked through this, we said, can we have somewhere where we can send our community when they're like, wait, remind me why of a police department, especially right now when our communities want to know why are we making certain choices. I think there was a lot of time spent on this choice, and I was wanting to just follow up on that request from quite some time ago where we said, can we just put something up where our community can go see those resolutions or the slides and the thought process we had for why a police department.
That's a great idea, Trish. Board members, any other questions for Dr. Gehring? All right. It is 7:32 p.m. and we're going to take a 10-minute break. It is 7:42 p.m. and we have returned from break. Since we have guest presenters this evening, we're going to adjust the agenda order, and I will now turn it over to Dr. Gehring to introduce the next item.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to start out just by talking a little bit about internal audit and the purpose of internal audit. We're actually really excited that we have Gibson Consulting working with the district on internal audit. Internal audit is something that gives us an opportunity to have outside eyes come into the district and have a really comprehensive look at what we're doing. That gives us opportunity to get a much better look at what sometimes we don't see because we're inside the operation itself. And so sometimes we have kind of blinders on to some of the things that are actually happening in the district. So internal audit gives us a way to really get that third-party look at what we're doing and how we're doing it, and most importantly, make some recommendations about how we can improve as we go forward. And so we're really grateful that Gibson is working with us as a district on that. I want to remind you also that as a continuous improvement district, we've always looked as a district very closely at our systems and at making sure that we're constantly improving our systems over time. And so this also gives us a way to make sure that we're continue to do that. I'll observe that we have grown really fast as a system over the last 20 to 25 years, but certainly that has had an impact on the way that we manage our systems. And so sometimes our systems don't keep track with the growth as well as we'd like them to. And I'm not making excuses, I'm just making observations. We're very conscious and aware of a lot of the findings that you're going to hear tonight in this particular curriculum audit that was conducted. And we actually agree with what you're going to hear tonight in the report, so much so that we're already actually working on a lot of the recommendations that you're going to hear tonight. There's lots of things that the district is already doing. And we'll share with you a little bit about how we're going to lay that out tonight as well. It's interesting to note that we weren't actually fully staffed in learning and innovation throughout the process of this audit. We are now in a better place. So, for instance, our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction was open during much of the time that the audit was conducted, and that has now been filled. And so that also just allows us to move forward more effectively as we go start working on listening to what these recommendations are and how we can work as we go forward. You'll hear tonight 13 findings and 13 recommendations coming through this report, but I also want you to pay close attention to the commendations that you're going to hear. There are 4 of those, so listen out for those because I think they're an important part of what we're going to hear. Whenever an outside somebody comes in and has a look at the systems that you're operating and has findings and makes recommendations, there's an easy tendency, because we're human, to get defensive and to get our feelings hurt because they're pointing out things that we're not necessarily doing as well as we could do. And that's a very natural process. And certainly when I first heard the report, I've definitely felt that way. And that's a natural reaction. And then as you work through that and get to the other side and you start to say, okay, so here's what we know and here's how we're going to respond to these things, then that does get better over time. And so I want you to just keep that in mind as well as we listen to the report that they're going to present tonight. The first part of this will be Will and the team presenting the Gibson findings. So you'll hear those 13 findings and their recommendations. And then we're going to pivot a little bit and go to where our team, Chris Clark, and our team is going to really talk about some of the responses that we have to those findings and those recommendations, and the work that we're already doing to make sure that we make the improvements in our systems that are necessary in order to make sure that our students are getting the learning that they deserve in the district. We are going to ask you, and this may be a little different than what you may have talked about, so we are going to ask the board to hold their questions until the end of the presentation. The reason for that is that we believe that some of the questions that you may have may get answered in the second half as the district responds, and so we just want you to give us that opportunity. And then they just ask that you speak at 1.5 speed so that we can get through this as efficiently as possible. We appreciate you being here tonight, and we'll allow you to introduce yourself.
Good evening, President Smith, members of the board, Dr. Gearing. My name is Will Hardaway. I'm a director at Gibson Consulting Group. With me is my colleague, Dr. Eileen Reed, and we are happy to be here with you this evening to present the results of the Academic Program Management Internal Audit. The project started in October 2024, was completed in May 2025. As Dr. Gearing mentioned, the district has had the opportunity to review the report. They accepted all of our recommendations, and again, as he mentioned, you'll hear directly from Dr. Clark following our presentation tonight. Our agenda largely follows the structure of the report. We'll introduce the objectives and the scope of the audit, provide a brief district profile, and then we'll dive into our 3 chapters: instructional leadership and accountability, curriculum management, and professional learning and instructional supports. In total, the report included 13 recommendations and 4 commendations across all 3 chapters. We'll go through each of those this evening. The objectives of the audit were to assess how LISD organizes its resources, systems, and processes to support the implementation of effective instructional practices across the district. As with all of our internal audit projects, our scope was defined by questions. A sample of those questions is on the following slides. For the district profile, we looked at student and staff demographics, STAR data, other available academic performance data, teacher retention, certification, all to build a baseline profile of Leander. Under instructional leadership and accountability, we analyzed relevant board policies, instructional frameworks, organizational charts, and other strategy documents. Our scope in regards to curriculum management was focused on the systems surrounding the implementation of the curriculum. So it was not an audit of the curriculum itself, but rather the systems and the processes the district has in place to ensure effective instruction, quality instruction is happening in classrooms. Lastly, we evaluated professional learning and instructional supports. Under this domain, we looked at mentoring programs, professional learning, PLCs, and any other methods the district has in place to promote teacher growth and development. We utilized 4 main methods of data collection on this project. First, we requested a lot of data to begin the work from the district. This included enrollment data, expenditure, academic data. We also conducted a peer analysis to mark Leander against peer districts that we worked in collaboration with Learning Innovation to identify. In November of 2024, we conducted interviews with 31 individuals from the central office and 10 group interviews. Those were with teachers, principals, instructional coaches, and curriculum specialists. In January of 2025, we issued 2 surveys, an instructional leader survey that went to all principals, APs, and deans of instruction, and a teacher survey that went to all teachers. We had strong response rates with each of these surveys. Nearly 1,700 teachers responded, and the vast majority of instructional leaders, all but a couple of principals included in the instructional leader survey. Lastly, in February, we visited 13 campuses and observed upwards of 50 classrooms. During these visits, we observed instruction, sat in on PLC meetings, and met with principals. We'll move into our district profile. One of the headlines of this chapter is that Leander is a high-performing district with a dedicated teacher workforce. This was evident throughout our audit, and particularly in our survey results. The vast majority, upwards of 90% of Leander's teachers, would recommend their schools and the district as a good place to work. These are extraordinarily high rates, and Leander should be commended for creating the conditions that evoke such a perception. As you well know, the city of Leander has experienced rapid population growth over the last 20 years, and as a result, Leander ISD's student enrollment shows a steep growth trajectory. Over the last 20 years, Leander's student enrollment has increased from roughly 18,000 to over 42,000 students. Most of that growth occurred in the first 10 years, but the last 10 has seen continued growth of nearly 20%. Figure on this screen presents the percentage of Leander teachers by years of experience compared to the state average. In 23-24, nearly a third of Leander's teachers had 0 to 5 years of experience. Last year, Leander's instruction expenditures per student were the third highest among all their peer districts and very close to the peer average, which is the yellow line on the screen. Since 2019-20, the total number of teachers in the district has increased by 2.5%. During that same time frame, the total number of students has increased by 0.5%. This has resulted in a lower student-teacher ratio, which, as you see on the screen, is the second lowest among Leander's peers. We'll move to our instructional leadership and accountability chapter, which begins with a commendation. The district's recent reorganization has increased collaboration between curriculum staff and area superintendents and established singular accountability over teaching and learning. As shown on the screen, the previous organizational chart had the chief of schools and the academic officer separately reporting to the superintendent. We heard from principals directly how this contributed to mixed messaging around instructional priorities. At the beginning of the 24-25 school year, the district was reorganized to put academics and school leadership under a singular position, the Deputy Superintendent of Learning and Innovation. We consider this a best practice, and principals at Leander agreed. 75% of them agreed that messaging is consistent across curriculum and leadership teams. Our first finding in the report is that the district's approach to facilitating change has limited the effectiveness of district initiatives. The district has struggled to make meaningful and lasting instructional change due to a misalignment with the principles of change management. We apply the ADCAR model that you see on your screen, but there are plenty of change management frameworks and models. They all roughly prescribe the same thing. This one shows a current, transition, future. We'll go through each of those steps on the next slide. The current domain has to do with creating awareness and educating stakeholders on why a change is necessary. Nearly half of principals disagree that the district effectively communicates the rationale for new initiatives. Many cited initiatives that felt like an added to-do because they didn't understand the purpose. The transition domain is about empowering stakeholders with the learning and skills they need to enact the change. An important part of this is not piling on new initiatives. 77% of teachers disagreed that the district takes something off my plate before adding responsibilities. The publication of Paint Done was a commonly cited example. To provide a brief history, the current strategic plan spans 2022 to 2026. In 24-25, district leadership realized that inadequate progress was being made towards the goals in the strategic plan. This was largely because, from what we heard, while staff agreed with the vision described in the strategic plan, they didn't have an understanding of how to get there. This feeling necessitated Paint Done, which provided technical guidance, owners, timelines. However, the fact that this document was necessary speaks to an oversight in change management when the strategic plan was rolled out. Lastly, the future domain describes the ongoing monitoring of implemented initiatives. 2/3 of principals felt that the district fails to evaluate the effectiveness of academic initiatives. The audit team found several examples of this related to curriculum. Many would be messaged, trained at BOI training, but then there was no ongoing coaching or reinforcement related to implementation throughout the course of the school year. Our recommendation is to integrate change management practices for all major district initiatives. The answers to these questions on the screen should be embedded in the planning process for all major district initiatives, particularly those related to curriculum. Has there been clear and effective communication around why it's necessary to change? Has the district involved employees early in the change process to increase ownership over the change, so on and so forth? Our second finding, LISD's approach to staffing for district instructional leadership has strained support positions and limited their impact. Since 2017-18, the district has prioritized spending on campus-based positions. This has resulted in a leaner central office. At 0.6% of its total staff, Leander has the second smallest central office compared to its peers. Expenditure data also shows that the district is spending less on central office instructional leadership. The figure on your screen shows instructional leadership expenditures per student for Leander and its peers in 23-24. At $108 per student, the district spends less than all of its peers on instructional leadership. Now, there is nothing inherently wrong about a leaner central office and less instructional leadership expenditures. The issue is that Leander's central office instructional leaders are still tasked with providing the same level of support and accountability to campuses in the same way they were when the district was half its size. The curriculum specialist position is a good example. This role is expected to provide direct support to teachers, but on average, each position has 650 teachers and classrooms to support. Our recommendation is to conduct a job analysis for the Office of Learning and Innovation. The intended outcome of this analysis is for the department to maximize the efficiency of the minimal resources it has. Basically, find out how to do more with less. One thing that will likely be highlighted is that the department needs to move away from direct-to-teacher support. We just simply don't have the resources, so we need to focus our efforts on capacity building. Finding number 3, Leander has a highly decentralized approach regarding instructional practices that is adversely affecting implementation fidelity across the district. The audit team found multiple examples across each of the areas on your screen, but I'm going to focus on the campus-based support positions. The district provides a number of campus-based positions to schools: reading specialists, math specialists, instructional coaches, special program coordinators. And although some autonomy is necessary for a campus to be able to be responsive to its needs, principals are largely given full discretion as to how to deploy these positions. The instructional coach position has been hit particularly hard by this approach. Each campus gets one IC regardless of size. At campuses with 2,600 kids and 90 teachers, it's nearly impossible for an instructional coach to do the job as it's described in their job description. So what they have to do as a result is work with their principal to adapt the role. And this might look like tailoring who they support, when they support, the frequency. And so, of course, the role looks different from campus to campus. The inconsistency and the lack of clear expectations has resulted in high turnover for this particular position, which is a critical role, and even on the best days, a hard one to fill. Our recommendation is to create and implement a decision-making framework. This does not mean necessarily to take away principal autonomy. It simply means codifying what do principals get to decide versus what does the district admin get to decide. We provided a full template in the report, but the screenshot on your screen gives you an idea. Is this full principal discretion? Does a principal get to select a few options and present them to a district administrator? It can be adopted however the district sees fit. The intent is that it is in writing and documented. Our last finding in this chapter, the district inadequately uses data to assess progress, which limits its ability to close performance gaps between student groups. The reason this is important at Leander is because on average, it's a high-performing district, and it's easy in any organization for averages to mask performance disparities unless you have people at all levels of the organization with the skills necessary to drill down into the data and tell the full story. We found obstacles across data accessibility, data literacy, and data protocols. Related to accessibility, the district conducted analysis. We did not do this one. In order to gain a comprehensive understanding of a student through their stored data, staff would need to access up to 10 different platforms, which we heard from teachers is not feasible. It just means in most cases they're not doing it because they certainly don't have the bandwidth. The survey results on your screen show high disagreement rates with statements related to campus staff ability to interpret and utilize MAP assessment data, which is a critical assessment benchmark in the district's assessment system. These data issues limit the district's ability to identify and address achievement gaps between its campuses and student groups. 17% of Leander third graders did not meet grade level standards in 23-24. We often use third grade scores because research has shown them to be predictive of student outcomes. In comparison, nearly half of students receiving SPED services, 36% of at-risk students, 33% of economically disadvantaged students, and 26% of emergent bilingual students did not meet grade level standards. We looked at this data going back to 21-22 and found that these gaps have persisted and in some cases increased since. Our recommendation is to promote data ownership across the district. Currently, there are two main sources of data analysis at the district level. One is an individual within OLI who is cited time and time again as where you go for data analysis. The other is the dashboard maintained by the Office of Educational Access. This dashboard disaggregates data in a very insightful way, but is underutilized across the district. In many instances, the reliance on these two sources has allowed other district staff to deprioritize their own data literacy responsibilities. And with that, I'll pass to Dr. Reed.
Good evening, everybody. Oops. Turn my mic on, and that might help. Good evening, everybody. This chapter addresses the district's written, taught, and tested curriculum, as well as the processes for keeping it up to date and monitoring implementation. This chapter includes 2 commendations and 5 findings with recommendations. As background information, Leander ISD owns or develops and writes their own curriculum. Some districts choose to purchase, and some districts choose to own their own and develop their own. The decision that the district has made provides the opportunity to make sure that the curriculum reflects the values and the priorities of the district and the initiatives, and gives the ability to rapidly respond to changes. For example, with the adoption of the new science resource, your team was able to go in and rewrite all those essential units of instruction, et cetera, et cetera. That would have not been possible if you were working with, I'll call it a canned curriculum. So there's lots of benefits that come with that. At the same time, it is also labor intensive. So keep that in mind as we go through. It is built on a well-recognized research base called Understanding by Design that has kind of 3 primary features in it. The first is clarity around, at the end of a unit of instruction, what is it that we expect students to know and be able to do? And then secondly, what evidence of learning or accomplishment or achievement is acceptable and lets us know that yes, they did it. And then thirdly, what are the high quality learning learning experiences that we want to give our students to make sure that they accomplish the outcomes that we designed for them. So in general, with few exceptions, we found that the curriculum is very comprehensive and well designed. It includes a well-documented process for updating in response to change and content standards and the adoption of any new instructional resources. So the first finding I'll discuss relates to accessibility of the curriculum in terms of organization and ease of navigation. So a curriculum that's difficult to navigate or use can complicate the instructional planning by causing teachers to spend excessive time decoding requirements rather than designing those effective lessons. And we found in LISD's curriculum that a large percent of teachers, which we'll share in a moment, reported that the curriculum is in fact difficult to navigate. And they pointed to things like too much content. And if anything, I think particularly the curriculum suffers from too much great work on part of curriculum specialists wanting to give teachers everything they could possibly want, which then creates a lot of content, which then makes it challenging to navigate and move around. One principal shared an example of sitting with a new teacher, elementary level, planning a reading ELA lesson, and to get all the way down to her lesson, she had 17 tabs open and working at the same time, which is overwhelming for new teachers. We also found, and teachers reported, that some of the resources, such as links to external resources, digital content that required passwords, et cetera, were problematic. They might not have had the password any longer, or the link was broken, et cetera, or a license had expired and wasn't renewed. And of most concern to really even the curriculum folks is, because of some of these issues, teachers had a tendency to short circuit, if you will, those first two steps, thinking deeply about what we want students to know at the end of this unit, what evidence that we would accept for their learning, and just jump more into those lessons and the learning strategies that were in the curriculum. This next slide illustrates the extent to which teachers use the various curriculum documents when planning instruction. There are a number of components, and the report outlines each of those. But on a positive side, the component of the curriculum with the highest use is the instructional units, the essential units of instruction, with 60.5% of teachers stating that they always use these EUs when planning instruction. This was followed by the curriculum-based assessments, with 41.3% of teachers saying they always use the curriculum-based assessments. And the component with the lowest reported usage was the embedded lessons, with only 18.8% of teachers, with 18.8% of teachers stating that they rarely or never use this component. And this is important because it's probably the most labor-intensive component to both write and keep updated. So our survey data, in conjunction with the information gained via interviews, signals a need for further evaluation of the curriculum to ensure that it meets the needs of teachers and enhances their instructional resource, their instructional planning. So we have these recommendations: that they redesign the LISD curriculum system. So create a unified design across all of the core content areas, so each area doesn't look different and require a teacher to navigate differently. This is most impactful for K-2 teachers who plan in 4 content areas and would be into 4 different potential designs. So minimize the number of clicks that it takes teachers to access the documents that they need to begin their planning process. Reduce the noise or the clutter, if you will, by too much content. And then poll teachers about the features that they want to keep and the ones that they want to eliminate. There's a good example of this right now that is happening in the secondary math area, where there's been some redesign, and it's a lot cleaner, easier to navigate, and principals spoke to it, teachers spoke to it, and curriculum specialists see it as a positive direction. Okay, so the next finding speaks to differentiation. And by differentiation, we're talking about the extent to which the curriculum has all of the necessary content to help teachers meet the diverse needs of their students, so that they don't end up kind of, if you will, teaching to the middle. So we used a rubric that's enclosed in the report that is research-based, that looks at the components of a curriculum at 3 different levels. What needs to be in a foundational level? At a minimum, what does a high-quality district curriculum have to support instruction? At the core execution level, what should be there that takes it to the additional level, has more differentiation, if you will, for students. And then at that real exemplar level that is very difficult to reach, and not a lot of districts have curriculum at this level unless they've got very large curriculum staff, is deep execution level. We found that everything was there at the foundation level. At the core execution level, there were really just 2 components that were missing, and both of those relate to differentiation. That's the extent to which the district has strategies that teachers can easily access, not the district, the curriculum, related to how do I address the needs of my second language learners, how do I address the needs of my special education students, how do I extend this lesson for my GT students or students that already have mastered this particular standard. This particular slide shows that 80.8% of teachers responding to the survey indicated that they often use resources outside of the district curriculum. And this is an area that we've had a lot of conversation with the district. There are some additional resources that the district has purchased to help teachers with this that does require them to link out. So are they going there, or are they going to just Google or Teachers Pay Teachers or other websites like that? So there's more work that needs to happen here. But just as importantly, we did find instructional leaders surveyed said that 41.9% of their teachers were lacking the capacity to differentiate the curriculum for their students without some additional support. And so when the burden of differentiation is placed primarily on the teacher, there's an impact on teaching practices. It takes more time to plan lessons, they have an increased workload, and they oftentimes tend to teach to the middle. And teachers reference that they feel like in some respects, like the curriculum documents reflect teaching an average student. And they have students other than just average at all campuses. So our recommendation really is around revising the curriculum documents to address the diverse needs of all LISD learners. So putting together a committee that the curriculum staff can lead that would look at the existing curriculum to identify those gaps for differentiation, be more clear around where teachers are needing strategies to address learner diversity, and then develop a framework that supports that and provides the opportunity to build those into the existing curriculum documents. The next area or next finding speaks about feedback on the curriculum. As I mentioned in the beginning, the curriculum is a living document, and it takes a lot of work to keep it current, up to date, relevant. Teachers will find little errors, little mistakes, and so having robust feedback processes and loops is very important to keep the quality of the curriculum where it needs to be. Leander relies on 3 primary methods right now. There is a curriculum design team that meets periodically. There are some issues around finding teachers willing to serve on these design teams every spring and summer during their time off. Some concerns were expressed that we get the same people over and over. We feel like we're not having broad representation. We're not sure that we're getting the best and brightest for this work. So there's some work that needs to happen around that. There's a community advisory committee, and then there's an online Google form that teachers can submit any observation that they noted, and the staff for that particular content area can find that error or concern in the curriculum documents and reply to the teacher. Our recommendation is that the feedback approach to improve the breadth should be improved to improve the breadth and usefulness of the input, because regardless of these attempts that are out there, over 30% of teachers completing a survey question disagreed with the statement that I have the opportunity to provide input into the district's curriculum. So the mechanisms that are there are not proving to be effective. So we suggest that they, as I said, increase the breadth and variety of ways that they're getting input, increase the technology support, and have robust continuous communication processes. The next area is a commendation, and that is the LISD learning model. And there's a beautiful graphic in your report that demonstrates that, and we saw that in every single building. Every single office, PLC workrooms had the LISD learning model, and it's based on 3 premises, and you'll see right back into the relationship to the curriculum. So the first is the design. We believe that student learning is optimized when teachers purposefully create learning experiences aligned with the written curriculum, starting with the desired outcomes. So that's why we don't want a curriculum that requires teachers to just jump right to the strategies. We want them to be real clear about those desired outcomes. And then implementation is around high quality instruction, and assessment is that teachers have and students have access to the data that they need to make sure students are learning. So we applaud the district for having that learning model in place. The next finding speaks to training of the curriculum. So it's one thing to have a curriculum, and it's another thing to know how to use it well, which again is not easy. And we saw a beautiful presentation this evening of these teachers new to profession coming in for a variety of alternative pathways, and they need deep training around how to use that curriculum. We found that this slide shows that Leander ISD provides me with adequate training on the district curriculum when it's disaggregated by experience. 30.2% of teachers with 2 or fewer years felt like they had the training that they needed to know how to effectively use the curriculum. So this puts an undue burden, if you will, on the campus for bringing teachers up to speed, and you risk lack of consistency. While we're relying on grade level and department level teams and professional learning communities, they're not all the same. So that leads us to the recommendation here is to redesign the current teacher induction program to enhance its focus on effective use of the district's curriculum. And we're focusing here primarily on new to profession teachers and how they are onboarded into the district. Right now, it is a half day during their welcome to the district professional learning that happens before school starts, and it really just gives an overview of the curriculum. And we really want to see them shift more from I showed them how to do it to I know they can do it, because we gave enough time to it. We built in some performance tasks. We actually had teachers create a full lesson. We looked at them, we gave them feedback on it, and they really got to apply that so that when they arrive at the campus, they are stronger teachers and we're more likely to have consistency of curriculum implementation across the district. And the last piece of my section talks about the district's assessment system. And again, this is a commendation. LISD has a comprehensive assessment system that includes diagnostic, formative, interim, and state and national assessments. This graphic shows how we move from that ongoing weekly, daily assessments in the classroom that are formative, all the way up to students being successful on state assessments. So one of the assessments that the district has introduced over the last couple of years that is of great value and has shown lots of promise in districts across the country is the assessment NWEA map, which is an interim that in general is given 3 times a year. And this assessment is really important because it really zeroes in on that growth component. How much am I growing my students? And it allows students to become deeply invested in setting their own growth targets. I think you saw that slide that you were showing that the Superintendent Gehring showed where kids had their goals and they had them in the little pockets. I would guarantee that probably a lot of that growth data is coming from MAP or some of the other formative assessments that you have. What we did find is that the district is not yet fully capitalizing on its investment in MAP assessment. And this is not unusual. When you introduce something that is fairly complex, that has a variety of reports, it takes a while to get good traction and real deep understanding. However, there are a few concerns that showed up in our survey questions. So this particular one, instructional leader survey, my teachers know how to interpret data from NWEA MAP assessments to set individual student growth targets. 37.6% of principals disagree with that statement. We want to get that a lot stronger. And conversely, even in the instructional leaders survey, there was a question that asked principals to the extent to which they believe that MAP assessments promote student ownership of learning. And 53.4% disagreed or strongly disagreed with that statement. So that lets us know the district still has a way to go with implementing all of the promise, if you will, that that particular assessment brings. So our recommendation, much like with the curriculum implementation, is to really strengthen the quality of the professional learning for principals. And I believe this is already starting to happen. Generally speaking, in any system like this, and we heard it from some of our principal interviews, you've got those data geeks that know how to do it and do it well and use it well. And you should be leveraging those principals and leveraging those teachers as exemplars and models and create clarity around this is when the assessment is going to be administered, and this is what we expect to happen with the results when they come back. And then principal supervisors can support and follow up with that. And I believe that will, or we believe that will help the district get the traction that they need on their investment in the MAP assessment.
Last chapter in the report relates to professional learning and instructional supports. Finding number 10 is that Leander is underutilizing its centrally based professional learning department. Excuse me. Leander has appropriately prioritized the growth and development of its employees through the investment of a centrally based professional learning department. Not every district has that. However, instead of doing the important work of developing, executing, evaluating professional learning across the district, we learned that they book space, they upload training videos, they facilitate communications, they primarily handle logistics for other departments' professional learning. This results in a vacuum of leadership for professional learning at the district, and as a result, there is no active professional learning plan, there's no central professional learning tracking, and the approach has become highly decentralized with disjointed institutes and academies that don't necessarily come together into a cohesive approach to learning and development. Our recommendation is to centralize professional learning planning and strategy in the district's professional learning department. In essence, this means to use the department as it is intended to drive professional learning strategy at the district level. The key steps to take in the immediate term are to begin tracking professional learning data. This summer, the district invested in a software called MobileMind, which is intended to do just that, and to finalize and publish the district's professional learning plan. Finding 11, district professional learning is insufficiently data-driven. District staff are provided multiple opportunities to share their preferences as to what they'd like to learn or believe they need to know more about. And this perception data is predominantly what drives the development of professional learning sessions. It does not use skill gaps, skill data necessarily. What have we seen through observations? What have we seen that teachers need to know more about, and how do we plan our professional learning around that? These factors undermine the overall quality of professional learning at the district. Our survey found that roughly a third of the district staff feel as though PD does not meet their learning needs, and this chart on the screen disaggregates that data by years of experience. Our recommendation is to use data to inform professional learning, and there's really 3 sequential steps in doing that. First, decide what the inputs are that we care about. Perception data should be one component, but not the only component. Second, differentiate learning where possible. It's certainly a best practice. Tailor PD to positions, to skills. Lastly, implement feedback loops. Tie the inputs to sessions. We should be able to clearly answer what has changed as a result of this professional learning session. Commendation 4 is that the district has prioritized PLCs and meaningfully incorporated them into the culture of the district. In recent years, LASD leadership has identified the importance of PLCs and actively prioritized their success. We found widespread investment across campuses in PLCs. Speaking with principals and teachers, everyone we spoke to could articulate how their PLC is central to their planning process and also to their personal community on their campus. The only weak spot we identified in PLC implementation was that many don't include a weekly data review. The other tenets of an effective PLC were well established. Finding number 12, an inconsistent approach to instructional feedback limits LASD's ability to drive sustained improvements in pedagogy. First, this finding is separate from the formal evaluation cycle, which is LEADS. This finding relates to the informal observations, which is where most coaching occurs, the times that APs and principals are in classrooms. We found that campus administrators are spending significant time in classrooms, which is great. They are booking time in their personal calendars to make sure that they are moving around campuses, that they're in classrooms, observing instruction. However, what we found is that that time is not being maximized because of substandard levels of feedback and approaches to feedback. There's a lot of sticky notes with positive remarks, verbal praise, a glow and a grow, but high quality coaching and feedback involves rubrics, reflection, practice, plans to follow up. And we saw the impact of this in the classrooms we observed. We developed our rubric for our classroom observations using mainly district documents. 2 of those were Learning in LASD Language Arts and Learning in LASD Math, which are documents that describe what district leadership hopes to be happening in those classrooms across the district. We saw minimal alignment with the practices occurring related to those documents. Our recommendation is to adopt a district-wide protocol for informal classroom observations. So of course we have a protocol for the formal leads evaluation, but we also need some type of rubric to allow a teacher to maximize the time that administrators are spending in classrooms, to make sure that teachers are learning and growing, because that is extremely valuable professional learning that could be happening. We've provided a template in the report. It does not necessarily have to be the one the district adopts, but the important piece is that when it's adopted, instructional coaches are trained on it and that it is used during observations. Our last finding is related to mentoring. Ineffective controls over LASD's mentoring program hinder support for new teachers. A strong mentoring program is growing more and more important as staffing challenges increase. A third, as you heard a few slides ago, a third of Leander's teachers have 5 or fewer years of experience, and the majority of its first-year teachers were not certified through traditional programs. This means, again, highlights the importance of a strong mentoring program. We're not currently using data to monitor the effectiveness of the mentor programs, so we don't know if they're having an impact. Principals also have full discretion as to who becomes a mentor. We saw that this sometimes resulted in misalignment between who is a mentor and who is a mentee. And the way we're tracking mentors and mentees is highly manual. It's spreadsheet-based, and one position tracks it all using a lot of different HR reports. This increases the risk of new teachers falling through the cracks and not being assigned a mentor when they may need one. Survey responses also showed high disagreement rates with statements related to mentor program effectiveness, which are on your screen. Our recommendation is to monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of the district's mentoring programs. 2 highest leverage actions would be to first establish formal training requirements, not just for the mentors and mentees, but other key stakeholders that are involved in development of new teachers. And secondly, decide on the metrics that we want to see movement on. This could be retention rates, this could be lead scores, student performance. As long as we can see you entered the mentor program at this level, you exited at this level. And that concludes our portion of the presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate all the work that you put into the audit itself, and then also taking the time to work with our staff and reviewing the final report itself, and then this presentation as well. So we really appreciate all of that work. So we got some extra friends coming up to help us with the second half of this. Board, as we mentioned earlier, we're going to try to run through this part of the presentation as well before we go to questions. So we have some folks who are going to join us at the table. So the purpose of this second part of the presentation is really to inform about the previous and the current work that we're doing as a district, but specifically in the Learning and Innovation Department, as well as our next steps towards improvements that are identified in the audit recommendations, focused of course on our academic programs. So we want to start by going back to these 4 commendations that you saw throughout this presentation in the report. So it's important to point these out, in my opinion, because they are so connected to the work that we know that we have to do to address these 13 findings, as well as the recommendations that Gibson is making to us. The first one, of course, just as a quick reminder, is the reorganization that we did with the Learning and Innovation Department just a little over a year ago. We really believe that that has made an impact already in the district, but also will help us to address the findings and the recommendations, numbers 1 through 4, as well as 9, 11, and 12. And so we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about those. The learning model, of course, has been in the district for a very long time and has had several iterations, but this final iteration has been here certainly since I got in the district, and I know for a little while before that. The robustness of that learning model helps us address all of these findings, and so it just gives us a framework to hang some of the work that we're going to continue to do as we address these findings and the recommendations. The comprehensive assessment system that we have, as well as the important assessment literacy that we've been working on over the last couple of years, will address the findings 4, 9, and 11. And then, of course, our work in PLCs continues. So we've always had professional learning communities working through the district, but we've really had a concerted effort over the last year to robustly make sure that we have identified who those PLCs are, who the leaders of those groups are, and that we really have a strategic way of training those leaders and bringing them to the table, and then making sure that that is spreading through the district. And so we believe that that work has made a big impact in this last year, and we're seeing certainly student learning outcomes improving because of that work, but it also addresses many of the findings that we have in this work already. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chris Clark to start.
Thank you, Dr. Gearing. Good evening, board members. So the first recommendation, with just referencing that combined team of area and assistant superintendents as one team of learning innovation, we have spent a significant amount of time already digging into this report, but one of the things that we found that was foundational, a lot of these recommendations they overlap and connect to one another. So improvement in one area will help in other areas as well. You heard a reference to strong PLCs, but an area to improve within that is the data, which are some of the recommendations. So we have those things to build upon. But one of the most foundational recommendations was the change management practices in our district that we thought, moving forward, we can't just come up with a bunch of solutions to all of these recommendations on our own. I take from this report that part of the problem is that we aren't managing that change very well, and so we want to include people in that process. So currently, some of the work that has been done around change management is we have balanced leadership training in our district, and then we use PDSA cycles on an ongoing basis as a continuous improvement district. And then we have performance improvement plans and then various committees to provide input. But one of the things that kind of a serendipitous moment for our team of 9, the 8 area and assistant soups and myself, we had signed up to participate as a team in leading the Leander Way, which is the new version of the continuous improvement training. It's 3 days. And part of that training is to identify a problem of practice. And so the problem that we identified to work on together was improving our change management practices in the district. And so we looked at the recommendation ADCAR, which is an acronym that stands for Awareness, Desire, Knowledge, Ability, and Reinforcement, that it aligns quite well with what we already have been training leaders on in our district with balanced leadership, but some of the holes that we found that are likely leading to this need to improve is that balanced leadership is really geared towards principles. In fact, even just the advertisement and communication of it is mainly towards principals. Now, we have directors and other central office people who can and do participate, but some of their feedback is that this is geared towards principals. And so what we would like to do, instead of just shifting gears completely, as you heard Will say, most change management recommendations or models have a lot of similarities. So we don't want to just shift, but we want to blend together. And instead of relying on just balanced leadership training to implement and educate people around our change management practices, is create almost a separate module that could be a part of that balanced leadership training, but also be done in isolation with people who may or may not really benefit from participating in the entire balanced leadership training. See, the other thing I was going to mention is that we also don't want to just come up with a change management process and tell everybody, this is our new change management process. So coming up with a new process and a new way to manage change is a change in itself. And so involving people, getting feedback, we don't want to have a different change management practice or model for just academic programs. We want to use this for other things, when we buy new technology, when we implement a new software system that all of our campus secretaries may use. So it's getting input from the different leaders in each department, campus leaders and teachers, as a way to consistently implement change throughout our district. So I think in those 3 days, we did make fairly significant progress. Some of our next steps are to finalize some of those ideas, and then run those ideas through chiefs, cabinet, our campus leaders, and various teacher leader groups, central office leaders as well. And then we really talked about identifying what changes would go through this process. You know, large changes are kind of the no-brainer, but there are other significant changes we make that may benefit from working through this process or may not. So providing clarity for everybody around that particular process.
So another high priority for us is this idea of conducting a job analysis for the entire Office of Learning and Innovation. And so you've heard us talk already about the reorganization of Learning and Innovation under that single deputy superintendent, and how that brings those area superintendents and assistant superintendents together to really combat that conflict that we had between campus level and district level, and the mixed messages that we found we were sending over time. We're also making sure that we're aligning that structure to ensure sufficient capacity for curriculum oversight, for data use, for principal coaching and resource management. And so working with our specialists at the core levels and helping them be assigned to campuses really, and aligned with those area superintendents to make sure that we're getting greater consistency across the board as we go. We also have the TASB central office staffing review that's in progress at the moment, and we believe that will bring also some additional data back to us that will help us in this area. Going forward, we really want to utilize that change management process that Chris and his team are working on to work with our stakeholders to make sure that we're staffed and organized to utilize and maximize that impact that we're having. And so we're going to be continuing to work through how do we take that job analysis through identifying the purpose for that analysis, selecting which jobs have to be analyzed, gathering that information, analyzing that information, and then making sure that we document what changes we're making and review and update those as we go on.
All right, so the next recommendation that we will be talking about is create and implement a decision-making framework. And as the first word of this recommendation states, it is to create. There is not currently a framework implemented. As Will shared, there are several ways that we work through centralized, which is at the district, and then as a board, you all have mentioned there are some autonomy. There is autonomy at different places, and we would look at that through these terms in this report as decentralized. As we were talking through this, Brenda mentioned a term, aligned autonomy. And so as we are creating this decision-making framework, we do want to look to where that autonomy can be aligned. As our next steps, we are looking to establish, document, and implement those tight, loose guidelines for campuses using what Dr. Clark was just talking about, which is that change management process. And this also aligns very closely to what we do in our PLC processes that we are already establishing. All right, next we want to look at the recommendation to promote data ownership across the district. And as we were listening to that from the report, we heard that there was generally one staff member, and I think that most of us would know that we do have a data guru, and she's in this room. Emily is we affectionately refer to her as our data guru. Something else that you heard through the conversation is building capacity. And although we do have current work going on with data protocols that support analysis and reporting, we do have use of data dashboards after key assessments. That was mentioned, that area superintendents have that opportunity to work with principals. We also have campuses that are utilizing a Kid Watch, where they take all of the data and put it together to work through and see how teachers can support individualized students. Next steps go along exactly with what these recommendations were given to us, which is building that data literacy and capacity at all levels, so that we are able to, from the teacher level to the principal level, central office level, and beyond. This does align with our PLC focus, and it is built currently into our PLC implementation guide, that data piece. To bring to note, this is also possible alignment with our potential data warehouse tool. We did want to highlight that the possibility of the tool will not solve the problem. It will be the capacity building that we do around the data literacy and utilizing a tool to help us move forward with that data literacy.
Okay, this next recommendation is aligned to curriculum management. The recommendation is to redesign the curriculum system. That specifically looks like establishing a unified curriculum document for all core content areas, and like they said, specifically around our K-2, but we would like to also extend that through K-12 as much as we possibly can, just to make sure that we are providing our teachers with a common experience. Should they move grade levels, should they move content areas, that's just going to be very important for continuity and coherence. That also looks like minimizing the number of clicks that we have to get to resources. We definitely don't want our teachers having to weave through multiple tabs on their computer screens just to get to the correct resource links and things like that. It also looks like reducing the noise by only adding the essential, the necessary pieces of the unit of study. We do already have some great pilots going on as a result of some of this feedback that we've received from our teachers. And then obviously also providing our teachers the opportunity to provide feedback. So what we have currently done as it pertains to this specific recommendation is we have had opportunities for teachers to engage in listening sessions, provide feedback through flash vote. We have taken that feedback and like I said, already we have been creating some changes within our essential units of study to make them a little bit more user-friendly and a little bit easier for our teachers to navigate. We also have included in some content areas, math specifically, intro videos. So each unit of study, a teacher can click on a video and they can get an overall gist of what the unit is going to cover, essential outcomes that should be considered, key points within resources that we really want our teachers to pay close attention to. That's not, I want to be clear, that's not happening in every content area, but that's definitely a goal. Also, pacing guides have been included, resource alignments have been added to the documents just to provide that additional usefulness for our teachers. Next steps for us is to engage our key stakeholders in a collaborative process improvement initiative to reimagine our curriculum documents. And again, going back to that feedback, asking our teachers, what is a framework that is going to be useful to you? What are the things that we have in our current framework that we really like? What are some of the things that maybe we could change? What are the things that maybe we can include that we don't currently have? But definitely going through a process to make sure that we are aligned with our essential outcomes, that we have a good design in place, that we have clarity, that we also have feedback loops built into that process, and then also making sure that we have a focus on that differentiation piece within those curriculum documents. I do want to make sure that we, that I touch on the fact that they talked a lot about we need a decision-making framework. And so this work that we are going to engage in cannot happen overnight because we do want to put together a team of people, a team of stakeholders who will help to engage in this process improvement effort to make sure that we have all the voices at the table, because that's important to us through this work. All right, our next recommendation, again aligned to curriculum management, is to revise the curriculum documents to address diverse needs. And again, this specifically looks like adding differentiation ideas and resources into the curriculum documents specifically. What we have currently done is, like I said, we have made some revisions to our current documents. We have gotten a lot of great feedback already from the different things that we have added around the ease of use, accessibility, and the additions of some differentiation strategies within our documents that really best support our emergent bilingual learners, and then also resources for support and also enrichment. And then something that is really neat and exciting to me is that we have been supporting our teachers with learning how to leverage different technology tools. One of them is Magic School. We utilize that a lot actually to think smarter, not harder, and use that artificial intelligence to help us create meaningful, engaging, rigorous, and relevant lessons that our kids can engage in. And so that is something that we have worked on already so far. Next steps, like I said in the previous slide, we are going to engage in that improvement initiative, but we'll be definitely through that process having a key focus on differentiation strategies and supports within the curriculum documents. And so the next recommendation is aligned again to curriculum management, and it is to modify the teacher feedback approach to improve the breadth and usefulness of the input. And specifically, this could look like providing multiple input channels, enabling our teachers to provide feedback through various digital tools, focus groups, listening sessions, also including a systematic review process. So understanding and making sure that we have a system for when and how we are progress monitoring our essential units of study to make sure that they are effective and that they are meeting the needs of our curriculum. Embedding technology supports, continuous communication loops, all of those different things are going to go into making sure that we are responsive to this specific recommendation. So currently, the work that we have been engaged in, like I said previously, we have offered our teachers the opportunity to provide feedback through various links, again, flash vote, listening sessions. We also do have in some of our essential units of study, not all, but some, we do have a link that is embedded into the unit of study for feedback specifically for that essential unit of study. So that's a really easy way for our teachers in the moment just to click there and say, hey, you know what, I tried this lesson out and it really didn't meet my kids' needs. Or, hey, we had a really good idea as a third grade team. We want to, and we suggest adding more hands-on learning experiences for kids through this science experiment. So that's a great way for our teachers to be able to give that immediate feedback. And then our curriculum coordinators and specialists, they do meet regularly with our grade level PLCs and also our content area PLCs to provide support through the curriculum documents, and they're also getting feedback through that process as well. But next steps, specifically targeting our staff feedback loops. So yes, we have provided those opportunities, but I think that we can do a better job of being very intentional in when we are eliciting that feedback and how we're being responsive to the feedback, and then how we're following up with our teachers about what we have done, what action steps have been taken as a result of that feedback. And then let's see here. Again, I talked about the link, but adding a link in all of our curriculum documents for that just-in-time information for us to make on-the-spot changes. And then I think too, part of this is we need to ask our teachers, how do they prefer to give feedback? Maybe it's not a link. Maybe it's not a listening session. It's not one size fits all. So we want to make sure that we are also asking our teachers how they would prefer to give us feedback. That way we are responsive to them and we're best meeting their needs through that process.
Okay, staying with the thread of curriculum management, the next recommendation is to redesign the current teacher induction program for our new teachers so they may effectively use the district curriculum system. So during New Teacher Week, there are various aspects that are addressed. We certainly look at creating culture. We look at curriculum, certainly. We also look at the learning environment and some various other factors. So as part of that curriculum portion, we use one full day. We do it in little half-day segments during new teacher orientation, and then they also have time when all teachers return with their team, which encompasses curriculum. And as we additionally, we look at our coaching and guidance that we are providing for our new teachers in the induction program. They are assigned a mentor, and you heard some of this when Will was presenting. They're assigned a mentor to help coach and guide and help them through designing lessons and so forth based on our curriculum, and that's in year one. We also have support certainly from their PLC collaborative team, from their campus leadership, certainly from our curriculum coordinators and specialists. And then we also have an induction specialist. We have one induction specialist for all of our new teachers. And that can be challenging depending on the number of new teachers certainly that we have within the system, which can range from 100 to 350 at times. So we provide that coaching and guidance throughout the year to help make successful use of the curriculum. Our next steps are to create learning excursions, and that's something we've done before, but the twist on that we're taking is we want to create these learning excursions for our new teachers, but we want them to partner with their instructional coaches, certainly with our curriculum coordinators and specialists, because it's really pulling all of those pieces together and not only looking at that curriculum, not only designing with their mentor or with their PLC, but then how does that look being modeled in other classrooms? And being able to have those discussions with those specialists and coordinators is going to be key.
All right, the next recommendation is aligned to curriculum management, and that is to upgrade measures of academic progress, which is also, the acronym is MAP, training for principals. And this recommendation also ties to a previous recommendation that Kristen talked about earlier, which was around promoting data ownership across the district. So specifically what this could look like is to create or develop a differentiated approach to training that best supports our leaders within our system from where they specifically are. So if they're a brand new principal, their training needs to look different than a principal that has had experience with MAP for years and years. So we would definitely, just like with our students, we want to differentiate. We also need to differentiate with our adult learners as well. Also potentially using principal meetings. We have leadership meetings at least every every month. And a suggestion was to break down that training into smaller chunks and provide that learning to our principals during the meetings that we already have set aside. And then also just to coach our principals in facilitating post-assessment analysis and action planning with their teachers. And so that's not necessarily something that we do that's not typically training that we offer a lot of. But if we want our principals to be able to take their teachers through the process of analyzing this data, we have to provide them with that training so that they have the skills and they feel confident doing that training with their staff. So a celebration, I think, is that we do have a comprehensive assessment system that includes diagnostic, formative, interim, and state and national assessments. So it is very comprehensive. We have a lot of data that we have at the tips of our hands to be able to navigate with our leaders and our teachers. We do have MAP training currently provided. Full transparency, it is typically on an optional basis, so it's not necessarily required training that our principals are engaging in. And then we do also have various data analysis protocols and resources that are available to our principals for them to be able to use with their staff to be able to guide and navigate their teams through data analysis processes. So next steps for us will be to collect feedback from our principals to measure the current levels of MAP awareness and their perceived usefulness. Also to work with our MAP support staff to develop a differentiated training plan that meets the needs of each and every principal and teacher leader within our system. And then also to elicit feedback from our principals after those training sessions to make sure that we did our best work with them. And if we didn't, then what are the next steps that we need to do to make sure that they have the training that they need in order to best do their jobs.
Okay, switching our focus right now to our professional learning and instructional supports. So the recommendation was to centralize the professional learning planning and strategy in the LISD Professional Learning Department. And so currently, our current state is when we think about professional learning, our campuses and departments identify needs or opportunities, and we secure that learning through our in-district or out-of-district resources. So we offer various professional learning opportunities, and that may look like in-person workshops. That could be through our PLC Focus. It could be through our Continuous Improvement Conference that we hold each year for choice learning. It is through, a small portion is through academies and institutes. So providing learning is one aspect. But we're always looking at how can we provide that just-in-time learning. And we've been talking about tonight, you've heard just even when HR presented this evening, how the landscape of our new teachers and so forth certainly has changed, right? So we want to provide some just-in-time learning for our teachers. Also, we want to be able to track the trend data to make good decisions going forward with the type of learning that is needed within our system based on that data. So this past July, as you heard Will present, we secured Mobile Mind, which is a software tool for the planning and facilitation of that adult learning. I think the beauty of this is this creates a culture of what I call that anywhere, anytime learning. It's that just in time. It is about, in a teacher's very busy lifestyle, in an instructional coach's very busy life, it is about how do we get those small, what I call micro-learning opportunities for our teachers. And so this is a tool, and again, the tool is not the answer, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that, but it may be an article that they can read. It can be a video that we have done to show modeling of maybe a student engagement tool, something like that that might be 15, 20 minutes long, that a teacher can use this micro-learning opportunity quickly and be able to implement that even that next day. And so this is, instead of going to a 2-hour workshop, pulling them out of that classroom, getting a substitute, those type of things. We will still do those types of learning, but it is shifting that to that just anywhere, anytime type of situation. Also, it provides tracking of registration for events, tracking of attendance. It allows us to really have what I call that centralized hub for feedback. And we've talked about how much that feedback is important in understanding what is it that we are needing to focus more deeply on, what is not meeting the needs of our system. And so although, as Kristen earlier said, a tool does not solve the problem, Will said that as well, I believe, a tool does not solve our issue, but it does certainly help us bring learning opportunities to teachers across our system, to leaders across our system for that matter. And it is something that we have voice and choice in that learning. And we already have a couple of campus leaders who are very excited and are doing things with their staff. And so we certainly want to highlight that and share that in the near future. So in the next steps, we want to create a comprehensive learning plan. And this is really about, we want to ensure that we know that we have great learning already occurring, but we want to ensure that we are having that alignment within our system. Is the professional learning that we are offering aligned to the needs in our system based on the data that we see? Is it aligned to our vision? Is it aligned to our strategic plan? And so we want to make sure that when we've identified those needs, what is the professional learning that we have planned in our system that is balancing across each one of those needs? So that is the vision that we see, that we want to definitely centralize and make sure occurs for our system to make it as successful as possible. And, sorry. So the next one also speaks to a little bit of what I just talked about with using data to inform that professional learning. So what we do at this current time is we gather through a form of what are their needs based on needs assessment, and this can be from campuses, it can be from different staff members, instructional coaches, teachers, leaders, And then we also use feedback forms and loops when post those learning opportunities. So this may come through the form of our principal PLCs, our district, department district-wide data, our instructional coach feedback, and it can be in the form of quantitative or qualitative data. So one of the things, and I've said this before, I'm a firm believer in feedback is data, but good data should also make us ask even deeper, better questions. And so I think this is where it ties in, and we have feedback, but when we are designing the professional learning, when we gather that feedback, some of the questions that are up here, these are just some of the top level questions, but in that design is what impact are we desiring to or expecting to see? So if we're engaging in this, what is it we're expecting to see as a result of that? How is that learning being implemented? What would we expect? How would we expect to see that implemented? How will we know? And what evidence do we see or possess as a result of that professional learning? So it's really pulling, what I'm going to say is pulling that thread through in planning and design of that professional learning. And we also want to design continued coaching cycles. That's very important, especially for our teachers. When we talk about many of our teachers are less than 5 years, it's about that conversation. It's about that dialogue and reflection with them, in partnership with them. So we want to certainly continue having those coaching cycles as well.
All right, the next recommendation we will look at or talk through is adopt a district-wide protocol for informal classroom observations. And as we look at what is currently happening, what is currently going on within our campuses and in our district, we do have that leads formal walkthrough. We also have leads as an informal walkthrough form. As was mentioned, we have several campus-specific walkthrough forms that are focusing on specific campus focus or foci. And then we also have a district-developed deeper learning walkthrough form. As we processed this information, one of the things that stood out to us about this recommendation is that we are really looking for a standard process with the ability to have a specific focus. And so if we look at the three things that we are currently doing and look for a process that is the same across our district, but then also allows for the individual aligned focus or a specific campus focus, that could potentially be what we are using currently as our leads informal walkthroughs. I was meeting with a principal I was meeting with a campus yesterday, and that campus specifically is using the leads informal walkthroughs to conduct their informal classroom visits. Then within that process that we already have established in our district, they are then selecting their individual campus focus. For example, this particular campus was looking to see that at different grade levels they had chosen specific essential outcomes that the teachers were wanting feedback on, the administration was wanting to give teacher feedback on. And so we were utilizing a district process, which is currently there as leads, but then using a way that the campus could focus it on their specific focus, which this campus was essential outcomes. One of the things as we looked through the difference between some of our forms right now, our district forms that we are looking through versus what was presented as a possibility for the informal classroom walkthrough was the intentionality of the teacher reflection, the intentionality of the teacher next steps. And so it's the follow through part. that we are also looking into that recommendation as we are moving forward with our possible next steps. So next steps would be to work with our curriculum and campus leaders to revise and implement where we are utilizing our deeper learning walkthrough forms. We do have some pilot campuses that we are using those through or with, and then also to work with our campus principals to further develop a standardized feedback cycle process that does allow for those the similar process with the different foci.
Okay, our next recommendation is to monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of the district's mentoring program. So we have made, over time, we have made significant adjustments to that program using the feedback that we collect at mid and end of year from both the mentors and the mentees. And all of our mentors receive training from our district's induction specialist, ensuring that they are well prepared to guide the new educators that they are serving. And to align with our TA guidelines, we've collaborated with our campus principals, our instructional coaches to really carefully select those mentors. We've also created roles and responsibilities, and that is linked in there for the mentor program for the mentors to help define the support, what that looks like for year one and what that looks like for year two specifically. We know that many of our new teachers, our new educators coming in from the teacher prep programs are needing both years. They are not finishing their program in that 1 year. We've also created a number of different resources to help, which are listed on that slide. We've created the mentor capacity matrix as an example, really to help provide some clear direction and navigate the year successfully. So the mentor program is, and this is an interesting one for me because the mentor program, when we think about new teachers, there's a number of different aspects that can impact certainly a new teacher's growth. That certainly is the mentor that they have. It's also their team, their professional learning community collaborative team. The instructional coach, dean of instruction, really has a big impact on that as well. Any of the campus and district-wide learning, certainly our curriculum teams, our learning and innovation team certainly helps in that as well. So the mentor program is one aspect, one piece of the overall induction program. So we want to really conduct a deeper analysis to distinguish the impact of that mentor program, and we want to look at it in how does that look in the bigger picture of that induction program as well.
All right, I think we finished all of our responses to those. I know you have some questions for us, so we'll move to the discussion part.
Yeah, we have a lot of questions. Gloria, I know it's hard whenever you're virtual. You want to go ahead and kick us off?
Sure, thank you. I'm trying to re-situate myself. So this format this evening, I know there was a lot of content, but having over an hour presentation from Gibson and then having over an hour presentation from the district in response makes it hard. So just something for us to think about for next time. That format didn't work for me. One of the things, so there's so many, and I know we're going to try to, popcorn our questions so we share the mic. Looking at Gibson's recommendations through the instructional leadership, looking at it through, all these different profiles of the audit scope, right? Looking at it, instructional leadership, curriculum management, professional learning. We heard a lot about data and how that data is being used, how that data is being accessed, how and really what we heard is how it's not being used, how it's not being accessed, how people don't know how to use it. And it made me think about one of the things I was hoping to hear when we heard from the district was I know that Jason Miller and IT, we've been talking about some type of data solution. And when I met with Jason to ask, what does this RFP look like? It was really heavy on this portfolio thing that I think one of these pieces here shows us the majority of our staff doesn't even know kind of what that looks like. And I really think it shows the need for like a holistic data warehouse, a holistic data system where we have this amazing data person in our district, but it can't be all around this one person. We need data that that parents can see, that principals can see, that teachers can see, that administration can see, that the board can see. That's not just our math data, but it's also some of the financial pieces connected to all of these pieces, a really holistic piece. And I was concerned that in the district, recommendations and all these pieces, after hearing from Gibson so much about the lack of how we're collecting this data, how we're using this data, how accessible this data is not, we're still not addressing that piece. And so if someone can talk to me about, are we looking at a holistic data warehouse to bring all of this together? Because in my last discussion with Jason, I didn't feel confident that that's where we were looking at. And all of these measurements from Gibson keep pointing me in that direction.
So thank you for that question. And the answer is simply yes, we are looking for a comprehensive data warehouse solution for the district. This is something that we've been working on, and that RFP, we've taken feedback from board members as well as really all of our stakeholders internal to the district to make sure that we're building that RFP the right way so that we're asking for the right solutions. So that's something that's in progress right now, and we should be able to publish relatively soon.
I would like to ask about what I view as a discrepancy in information. Because I spend a lot of time on this dais, in meetings, on phone calls, saying, I feel there is a need for system-wide protocols. I say it all the time. I said it a couple weeks ago. And the response has always been, we don't need it, nobody wants it, it's not a problem, trust the process. Here's a bunch of surveys that say everybody's fine with us using autonomy because that's what everybody wants. Everybody wants to do whatever they want, and that's the Leander way, that's what works for us. Well, I now have 128 pages saying that we're creating system inequities, we're creating more work for people who really don't need more work. We're creating uncertainty and confusion in a lot of areas. You're seeing it in areas outside of curriculum. So my question is, can someone please explain to me how it went from this board receiving information that's saying everybody's fine with no system-wide protocols to an outside audit report saying, no, they're not?
So I think we need to be a little bit careful with how it's, when you say we've had no system-wide protocols, I don't think that's true. I think we do have lots of systems in place in the district. Now, they've pointed out, Gibson has pointed out, that in curriculum specifically, and in these areas, that there is room for improvement and have made some recommendations towards how we address those issues. But we certainly we're a large district, we have lots of systems in place that address many of these. We do have defined autonomy at the campus level, and we've talked a lot about how that works. I think they've pointed out that we need to do some work on that, and we absolutely acknowledge that that is true, and we're certainly going to be working on that as we go forward.
That doesn't really address my question, though, because the only information that we receive as a board is that staff is okay with the systems, they like the systems, it's great. I've talked with staff. It's not great. It's creating more work for people. The amount of autonomy we are allowing is creating more work for people who don't have time for more work. So I am confused as to why the only information that we receive is that people are generally okay with that level of autonomy. And this report and actual staff members are saying otherwise. I asked in my call about this report, and I'm asking again now. I don't understand where the discrepancy is coming from.
So I'm not really sure that I'm understanding your question. I think I need some help with this general statement that the information we're providing you is that everybody's fine with autonomy. Can you give me some specific examples of what you mean by that?
The data charts that we receive when you're talking about PLCs, I'll just use that as an example. The data we get is 75% or whatever number it was, I can't remember offhand, think it's being implemented correctly, think it's being implemented consistently, they think it's doing great. And while, yes, the concentration on PLCs is going well, and we are putting a lot of effort into it, there is no uniform implementation. There's no required attendance. Staff is frustrated because they don't understand what the purpose of it is. So I'm curious as to how we see charts indicating most people are okay with the implementation, but now we have a third-party audit saying they are not okay with the implementation because they don't understand what's happening.
But I think that's the whole purpose of the audit, is to bring those kinds of things to our attention. So remember that in that specific case, that PLC data was self-report data that we had from our PLC teachers and staff, and we brought that back as we received that to the board. This points out that we have work to do in that area in making sure that our PLC implementation is consistent across the board, and that's something that we're saying, yes, we agree with, and we know that we have to do that work as we go forward.
Okay. So for Gibson, I have a question for our auditors, and I have a bunch of questions, but I also agree with Gloria, and so I just want to echo her comments that this format is a bit challenging because we listen to so much presentation that by the time it gets to where we're discussing, it's really like I actually feel bad discussing because it's late in the evening, and I'm like, oh my goodness, and I know that everybody's been here for a long time. I do appreciate admin going through and looking at the audit and going, what are we going to do? What are next steps? I just don't know if this format, though, is really the best place of how to put that in there, because I'm not going to tell admin, you know, your management job of like, yeah, you need to do this mentor program. Like these things are more specific to the day-to-day. And as board, if we get these details and commented on them, I feel like I'd kind of be overstepping if I go into these these narrower details. So I want to come back up again and ask Gibson, I'm looking at your audit and I see 3 things as a district that kind of just kept coming up over and over again. And I'll echo Gloria's part, which is like the data. It seems like I saw that in several places where you even said it, that the district does not adequately rely on data to drive the decision-making process, which then led y'all to the change-making of how are we really getting people on board to change. So I just want to make sure from Gibson that I'm hearing this right, is that we are not relying on the data and sharing it widely. It seems like it's kind of more siloed and held in place. To defined autonomy, we seem to have, as a district, have let that go a little bit. We need a little more defined in the autonomy, is what I think the Gibson report is saying. And then instructional rigor is something that we will bump up against not meeting the instructional rigor if the curriculum is not being used the way it was designed. And so those were the 3 things that kind of kept coming up to me. And then as a board, because then it's like, okay, so what do we do as a board? Which is, I'm thinking, what policies do we have in place that helps or hurts these things? What should we be putting in our superintendent evaluation, our board goals, to make sure, because curriculum is so important to this district. We spend a lot of funds to make sure we design the curriculum and get it out there. And so this is like a really important thing, I think, for us to focus on. And is this a bigger budget discussion? How do we collaborate better with our stakeholders? And so I just want Gibson's thought as I'm trying to conceptualize that. Am I missing something in those thoughts, or would you add or take away something?
I wouldn't disagree with it. Oh, I'm sorry. I wouldn't disagree with anything you said, Trustee Bodie. I would, we, of course, at Gibson are really heavy into data and will advocate for its use any chance we're given. And it also, there can be an organizational culture that is or is not rooted in the use and the use of data. And so when it becomes deprioritized, and I don't know that I would use that word at Leander, but it is extremely difficult to then make it a priority again. But it is an important task to make sure that the decisions that we make are not solely rooted in data, but it is a component I would advocate for in every decision that we make.
I'd like to add one thing as well. I think one of the most significant changes that has happened recently that will help address a lot of what you're speaking to is that reorganization under one deputy, so that principals are hearing the exact same thing from their principal supervisors that they hear from teaching and learning. Many of the districts that we visit and we do these audits in, those are 2 silos. And sometimes principal supervisors will view their role as protecting their principals from these requirements and such. But when you get both of these pieces working together as a coherent team, you can really begin to see traction. And that's where you can talk more about data. And okay, so what are those consistent expectations for our campuses when the MAP reports are released? And then our principal supervisors can follow up on that as they meet and coach with their principals. So I think some of what you're looking for, there are some things in motion that are going to help support that work. It's not a miracle cure in and of itself, but it's certainly a step in the right direction that can be leveraged.
So, are you done? Okay. So thank you very much for the comprehensive report and the district's response. So regarding for Gibson, sometimes a board in the future might request a follow-up to see whether the actions that were taken by the district actually corrected some of the recommendations that you've made. As part of that process, thinking of what it might look like at the end, but working your way back to today, some of what they've discussed today, did they actually discuss some of that with you? Like, is this a way that you've seen based on best practices that you know of? Is this a good way to go about it, or maybe not, just to make sure that they fully understand your recommendations?
We have had the opportunity to go back and forth since we delivered the report to the administration and have provided some clarity via the management response document that all of you should have received, so you can see some of that dialogue. We try our best to include in our recommendations a vision forward for how to implement. We don't want to get too prescriptive because we will never know a district as good as well as people who are running it. But we are certainly available for support. That's often the question that we get is, what is the best practice that you've seen across these districts that you work with? And that is help that we are willing to provide.
Okay, just one quick question. Sorry, I had written down differentiation on page 33 that you had mentioned was something to work on, and then Steve, you mentioned how some of the recommendations were impacting other things, and so thinking about student outcomes for different groups on page 26, and then also the data that's kind of housed in with two groups, an individual and a group. Would you say that those are all, it looks like those are all connected, so if you solve the issue of making data more visible to the campuses and differentiation being in place, then that can help the student outcomes for the different groups?
Were you directing that to me? Yes, if I understand your question correctly, I think, to me, there are two parts to the data. There's the access piece, which I believe when we get the proper platform, that solves the access. But access and understand, you don't want to be data rich and action poor, is kind of a phrase that's used frequently. The most important part is understanding what to do with that data once you do have access to it. So what our teachers are saying, and it's true. They have to pull from so many different places. It is a huge barrier for them as well as the principals. And so we've tried to put things in place as a district to improve that access, but a better system will help. But the most important part is the training and the follow-up of how do we equip them with the strategies and the standards, whether that's embedded in the curriculum. There's a balance there, because we're also hearing from teachers that, I don't know if I'm getting too much in the weeds, but we're hearing from teachers that the curriculum is too, it's bogged down, it's noisy, so to speak, I think is the word that was used. So we don't want to add more noise. We have to organize in a way that it's accessible, but also teach them how to use tools that we have access. Magic School AI is pretty amazing. It can take a text and it can change the grade level so that you can have a high interest text at a different reading level to help scaffold a student up. That's just one example of something I've seen our teachers do. So it's helping provide those resources that are created for them, but also quick and easy ways to create things on the fly once they do access the data. Does that answer your question, Sade? Yeah. They do all mix together.
I think I'm fine, thank you.
Okay.
I have a question, and I just want the board to know, I did not like the layout either of tonight's presentation, so please ask all the questions, because that is our job to do that, so please don't feel bad. With that said, slide 19. When I got the presentation the first time, I'm going to be honest, this felt very validating. This is some of the concerns that I know as a board member I've been bringing up the last 3 years. And so I saw red when I saw this slide in particular. And so just because there's so much tied to this slide in regard to what is going on in our district right now. So my question is I appreciate the follow-up and the recommendations that y'all are working on. When did y'all start working on those?
I don't know that there's one specific time. Some of the stuff that like the curriculum work in particular, I started getting feedbacks very similar to what was reported in this audit the minute I started here. And so we started working with curriculum coordinators to go out and do those teacher listening sessions that Lauren referenced. Flash vote was implemented this past year. So I would say, like in that particular case, there was some informal response. And so it's almost like they're piloting some things. The videos in the math curriculum in particular are a great example that was feedback from a teacher and an idea from one of our specialists. And then the feedback after they put those in there and started communicating with teachers about the availability of them was so positive that they started replicating that. So we're trying to find those things that work for teachers and then replicate them in multiple places. But then other things, Mobile Minds is another example. April brought that up to me when she was in my department, when I was in my previous role, that we need some type of platform, but it took time to research and figure out what different platforms we could eliminate to free up funds, but still put it all together under one platform to manage the professional learning. So to answer your question, I don't know that there's a specific date, but some of them we worked on prior to, but some of them, as we started talking with Will about early responses, we started responding then as well.
I was just wondering, because I know they started this report in October 2024. It's been almost a year now. And some of these reports and findings, like I said, I know some of these board members have asked in a meeting for the last 3 to 4 years. And so to me, it really feels like administration didn't start working on this until this report came. And so, because if you had, it would be in the findings, correct? Gibson? Sorry.
Yes, anything relevant that they were actively working on should be included, yes.
And so that goes back to my concern with slide 19, because we have a strategic plan. This board has leaned into the strategic plan many, many times on a lot of decisions. We have a huge decision coming up, and we keep talking about our strategic plan. When you go to the final report for Gibson, it specifically talks about how teachers and principals describe the disconnect between the vision and plans developed at the district level and the realities of what they accomplish on their campus. Guys, I can't get over that. That, to me, is huge. Like, as a board member, I'm just wondering what is happening. Because I know you've been here for a hot second, Chris. So to me, when I hear the explanation you just gave, I'm wondering now, what is the barrier in your way? What is the barrier in y'all's way below for you not being able to do what you need to do? And so I'm gonna share the mic, but this report, like I said, it feels validating. Very validating, because these are some of the concerns a lot of us have had, and we haven't got answers. And it shouldn't have took an outside audit report to get this. So my question is, we saw last year, our strategic plan, we were unaligned. What are we doing to get back? Dr. Gehring? Sorry, Chris.
I know that in my time here, I can think back to a day, I don't remember if it was my first or second year, where we cross-referenced the strategic plan with our district improvement plan to see where there was alignment or misalignment. I think actually Brenda led that process, or was a part of the leading of that process. And so we found some holes then, and each cycle of that since, we've brought more alignment between those two to make sure that the things that we are working on are supporting our steps toward the strategic plan. I cannot speak to before that time, quite honestly, but I know others might, yeah.
So I'll point out something that I think I've said before, is that the strategic plan has very large aspirational goals in it. And they're designed that way because it is a long-term visionary plan. It's something that we worked on extensively together as a district, so board, stakeholders from throughout the district. It's also something that evolves and changes over time. And so we've talked about the 5-year cycle that is in the strategic plan based on our core beliefs, on our vision, on our mission, the way that that was developed. But then also these smaller cycles that Chris mentioned inside, so aligning the large aspirational goals that are in the strategic plan with the district improvement plan on an annual basis. And then aligning that specifically to the superintendent evaluation. And that's the work that the board has done every year to say, so out of these district improvement plan initiatives, which are tied to the strategic plan, what do we specifically want the superintendent to be working with the team on to make sure that we accomplish those things on an annual basis? And so we're in year 4 of that process. I believe that every year we've made significant improvements towards, and adjustments, honestly, towards meeting those high aspirational goals that are in the strategic plan through this alignment with district improvement plan. That, of course, flows down into campus improvement plans, which is that alignment piece, I think, and brings some of that consistency that we talked about earlier to the campuses as well. We've had to make sure that those pieces are also aligned with how the budget process flows and how resources flow, and when those resources flow. And so there's been some significant work done towards making sure that that alignment is right, to make sure that we're getting the right resources in the right places at the right time in order to accomplish these goals. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question.
Well, I guess the other question is in the final report, it talks about the lack of clarity on paint done. What are we doing to help clarify that? Because we hear that a lot in this boardroom. I know principals hear it at their leadership meetings. I mean, what are we doing to help? We're in year 4 now, and there's still uncertainty of what paint done means. So what are you doing to help unclear that uncertainty?
So this is one area that I really do actually take some disagreement with what Gibson pointed out. So their analysis of paint done is that we had to clarify because there was no clear understanding of what the goals were, and there was a lack of rollout of how the strategic plan was implemented in the first place. And I'm not sure that I necessarily agree with that. As we've evolved with what we're trying to accomplish in these high aspirational goals of the strategic plan, we did bring back clarity. We kept hearing from our stakeholders that they needed more clarity around exactly what we were working towards. And so that's why we came back with paint done. We're starting to see the implementation of some of those pieces. And remember that a lot of that clarity in paint done really revolves around what do we want learning to look like in every classroom in the district. And we kind of put a timeline on that around May of 2027. But that is centered around ownership of learning, around deeper learning, and making sure that our students are helping themselves to get prepared for anything. And as we looked at that, we've really talked about that this idea that students really need to know themselves well, and we need to know our students well. One of those pieces was around this idea of data warehouse and how do we make sure that data is accessible not only to our teachers, but also to parents in the district and also to students. And that's a barrier that we've run up against. We came to the board with one version of that we then rethought. We've run into budget issues with making sure that we can implement that kind of a data solution. And so now we're back in that process. We've never let that go. We've made sure that we've continued to work through that process. But then through PLC, how do we make sure that students are setting goals? How do we make sure that our adult learners are setting goals, and how are we tracking the progress towards those goals and doing those things? And so that work is all slowly taking root in the district. We're starting to see it show up in more and more places. At the same time, I have to look at the academic results that we're getting in the district. And that's something that we're going to talk about in superintendent evaluation later this evening. And as we look at the academic outcomes in the district, those are rapidly improving, especially in the area of growth. And growth, of course, is the measure that we're most interested in, because when students are individually growing, that means that their achievement is going to come, regardless of whether they're achieving now at the levels we want them to or not. And so we're seeing continuous improvement across our lag measures, which is a result of this work around these really high aspirational goals in the strategic plan. And our job as the leaders in the district is to make sure that we continue to keep the pressure on that work as we go forward. And so are we there yet? No. Did we set goals that we really could meet in the 5-year frame? No, because we set goals that were much higher. We set high aspirational goals. And so we're going to continue to work through this process. I don't think we must give up. I think we're finding ways. I think this is a wonderful opportunity for us to look more closely at what we're doing and to make significant improvements. And that's the whole intent of doing an internal audit like this.
So one, Gibson, thank you for, I think it's super helpful for the board to get an independent kind of view onto our work and provide a comparative lens so we understand how we stack up against our peer group. And so I had the pleasure of serving on the committee, and I know I asked this question in committee, and I'm going to ask you again. But, you know, I think what's important to me is to understand where we're supposed to be, right? And so, like, is this within expectation of a district our size? Is this, you know, within expectation of where we are on, you know, kind of the life trajectory of some of the initiatives that we've implemented, to understand how alarmed should we be, right? Is this in comparison? Is this, you know, the types of challenges that all districts our size and in this time and in this context are wrestling with? And so that's my question to you, Gibson. Would love to get some insight into that. And then just some feedback to the district in terms of the response. Want to appreciate you digesting it and responding. I know I think it's really organic, right? Because as they're evaluating and doing the audit, you're also working and improving. And so in some ways I can imagine this feels like a lagging kind of indicators, because you're getting data points on work maybe that you've already started to improve on. But the feedback would be, what I would love to understand is what's new, right? So what's a new response this year so we could expect maybe a different result because we're implementing something new? What have we stopped doing that maybe was contributing to undesired results? And so what are we not doing this year? And then the next categories would be like, what are the things we plan to implement this year? They're not in place, but we're planning on them, low-hanging fruit. And then the other kind of category would be, what are we exploring and planning to respond to this that may not come online this year, but may be something that we see in the future? And I think if you could categorize the next steps and kind of what we're doing in response in that way, I know for me that would be really helpful to understand how we're gonna, how we expect the needle to move in these different areas. And kind of last part would be to understand if the data, so some of the instruments that were used, the measurements that were used in the Gibson report, do we have access to utilize that same survey or those same tools to measure the progress we're making at different intervals in whenever we start to implement our responses? But then back to Gibson, I would love to hear, how does this stack up? Should we be alarmed?
Thank you, Trustee Nelson. One of the things we said in the executive summary is we believe that a lot of the recommendations, the findings, are symptomatic of the tremendous growth of the district over the last 20 years. I think there is a pretty direct, maybe indirect in some cases, line that you can draw from this is a problem because this system likely worked when we had 20,000 students. It no longer works when we have 40,000 students, and we have not, in some instances, taken the time to re-envision what needs to change. The other way I'll answer your question is that data came up a lot in our report and clearly in this conversation. Step one, of course, is having access to data, having data at all, right? And there is no shortage of data at the district. So that would probably be step one if we're trying to benchmark the district. I don't think in any of our recommendations we said you don't have any data. There's always a lot of data. It's a matter of using it effectively. And so that's, I think, the through line in a lot of those recommendations is you have this data, here are the best ways to coach with it, use it, analyze it, so on and so forth.
My first thought, and I'm disappointed, and just to agree with Anna, which normally we don't do, but I know it's strange, right? Confirm some of my suspicions, that there wasn't enough talking, and I don't think it's, I mean, I think there might be some data collectively where people could work off it, but I think we're too big. And I've mentioned that before, that it's hard for a district at 200 square miles. And, you know, one day last year, May, I was going around talking to folks, and you guys didn't like it. And that's a discussion for another time, but to be more positive, and to our team, upon their recommendations, to do something positive, as you've been brought up here. I really didn't like the format either, because we're brought in like, okay, this is some of the problems, and now you guys are presenting right after them, well, this is our solutions, but we didn't have a chance to see what those could be, and I understand that you want to be able to provide a solution right away, but sometimes you just have to have them separate. How fast, you know, in a positive way, can we take these recommendations and make our district smaller? I mean, 200 square miles is huge. I've driven across it for the fun of it many times, just to see where the different areas, drive by the schools and the neighborhoods. It's really hard. The neighborhoods are different. And, you know, so again, being positive, how fast could you guys implement it? Their recommendations, like, I mean, realistically, like, what would it really take? Besides just, you know, going into the, we're going to spend as much money as we have, okay? Well, we don't always have that, so.
I think it varies by recommendation. So like the curriculum work, for example, that's as you heard Eileen say, that's very labor intensive work. We could make some changes in this next cycle of writing, or even as they are editing and updating throughout this year, but to get all core content areas aligned under the exact same format, organized in a new way, it could take a couple of years, quite honestly, it's just very labor intensive. Unless we go the route of purchasing an already written curriculum, so that's money instead of length of time. Time is also money because we have to pay people to do that work sometimes. But then some of these things like a data platform, you know, I know Jason has a timeline to get the RFP out, narrow down to some specific platforms, get feedback, and potentially implement next year. So that's something that could be done a little bit more quickly. So I think it varies, and I don't know that I can try to go through recommendation by recommendation, or that might be better to respond in a memo of some kind.
Is there any way to, I mean, we talk about the stakeholders with the parents and the community, and I love that we've had so many people come forward in the last week and a half at the town hall meetings to somehow, I know it's hard, but to somehow have the people that most want success. You know, I want to be a part of a championship team. You know, I'm just like, hey, this is the championship team, right? We've done everything right. And you see out in the world teams that seem to do it right a lot. You know, I want to be the Yankees of school. I want to win championships 1 out of 5. So those parents, is there a way we can somehow partner them with us with the communication for those kids without it making, we're doing everything district-wide, but we can condense it. And that would be the question I would ask you to do internally, of how do we condense it with the stakeholders right now while still doing something maybe a little bit larger to grab everyone, but, you know, just so that we're not saying, well, we're going to get better next year. No, we need to get better as soon as we can now. Next year is next year, and next year we have a whole other list of problems we could talk about. But, you know, let's just try to condense it. Make a championship now. Playoff team. Let's go to the playoffs.
So I just wanted, oh, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, I'd like to just respond a little bit more to Trustee Nelson, since he asked probably 27 questions. I'm not sure, but I've been sitting here thinking and listening to Will's response, and you were asking how the district stacks up. And I would cite back to that opening slides that Will shared about, despite all of the challenges that the district faces, how positive teachers responded to is Leander a good place to work. So I don't think you should ever lose sight of that, because that's very unusual to see that number. So that's one way that you stack up differently. I don't think that, I mean, the district is facing a lot of challenges and they're not unique. Everybody is underfunded. The teacher workforce has changed dramatically. I used to work at Region 13 Education Service Center, and I, at one point in time, led the alternative teacher certification program. Leander barely hired any of our teachers because you didn't need to. You had bucket loads of highly qualified, highly experienced teachers. And so there is a lot of things that are changing in the system, that you, as well as the growth, that you have to ask yourself, is the system adapting to that? Are we still responding as though we have the same teacher workforce we did 10 years ago, or do we recognize the truth of our current situation and how we're responding to that? So bigger investment in the induction program and the mentoring program, and how we launch new teachers and support them during those first years that you didn't necessarily need 10 years ago. So those are some of the things that I think about as I ponder your questions. So.
Thank you. One thing I heard, if you don't mind me responding really quickly. So one, it's a factor of growth. And then I love you bringing up, I love those charts when you had the different, the peer groups. And so one thing I saw in the instructional leadership is that that's an area where our growth did not, or where our response didn't meet the growth, right? And so we did not grow the central office at the same level that our enrollment grew. And I think you mentioned, which I don't see it in here, it's like 0.6, it's 0.6% of the budget, right? And so one, is that a contributing factor, right? Because everything else we're talking about is us delivering at a system level. And so it feels as if one of those pieces is that our central office, and maybe you already, but our central office is not designed and is not staffed to deliver the support that we promise.
There would be a number of factors that need to be considered for me to answer that question directly, but because as I mentioned in the finding, it's not wrong or bad necessarily to have a leaner central office and staff more at the campus level. That is a strategic decision, and it should be tied to strategic priorities of the district. The issue that we found is that because we're staffed at that level at the central office, but our systems have not adapted, our systems of support have not adapted, that 0.6% is doing the work of what should be a larger percentage. So if we could adapt the work to 0.6, we might be okay. And that's really the point of the recommendation, is to figure out, do we need a higher percentage of central office, or can we make it work with 0.6, but we need to adjust these job descriptions and responsibilities?
So one of the, first of all, Gloria, do you have a question? Okay. So one of the themes that I seem to have heard from Nkosi and Paul, and just in general from a note that I made, has to do with plans. So more like a 1-year plan, a three-year plan, a 5-year plan. So, and not just in terms of these recommendations, but just in general as a system, how we should be looking at setting expectations. And even for this particular report, I mentioned maybe a follow-up audit. It gives us an idea of whether we should be looking at a 3-year follow-up or whether it's 5 years. And what is expected to be done this year? What do we expect to do years 2 to 3? And I wrote that down also for when there was discussion about the PL, the PL team. I was looking at in terms of plans. So there was a discussion about what new teachers should be learning, and like year one, we have year one teachers, we have year one principals, we have year one mentors, we have year one PLCs. I mean, it's like plans for all of those. And just in general, standardized what might be expected per position, but there's also, on top of that, the voice and choice options, and on top of that, needs. But just the basics of, for all of these periods, what are the expectations? And that might be one way to really help address a lot of what we're hearing.
So one of the things that Will did was point me to another client of theirs where they had done a similar audit, and the way that that particular district responded, and how they planned for and then monitored their it's like create your plan and then work your plan. And so we have talked with that individual in that district, and she gave us some great ideas of how they used what we call a balanced scorecard. Like, we lay all this out almost like a Gantt chart with very specific timelines to them. It does take some time to prepare that, but we will prepare that. So recommendation by recommendation, you almost need to break these down into smaller little chunks. And then she suggested having a champion for each recommendation, but also maybe even some of those smaller chunks that lead to that overall recommendation. That way we can, because there's a lot of intricacies to this work, and how are we going to monitor that and make sure it's working? One of the things I always wonder and worry about too is how much change can our system take at one time? So we can't all of a sudden take autonomy that's here, although we definitely see the need to bring it in, but then also require all these trainings and layer on initiative after initiative. We have to plan that out in some type of sequential order so that it becomes baked into our system and lasts long term, and it's not just compliance for the moment. So I think we could follow up and provide that timeline to you, recommendation by recommendation. That way you have a good idea of when the work. I think I would be very open and encourage a follow-up, whether we do it all at once in a couple of years, or we feel like we've completed the work of this recommendation, and maybe we circle back and get some of the surveys and audit practices to check where we are with it to ensure. There could be a couple of different approaches, I don't know.
Because the other place where I thought about that was where there was a discussion about the principals being trained on MAP, and that was an option. And I thought to myself, like, the teachers are using MAP. And actually, when I had gone to, when MAP was being rolled out for math, I had gone to a meeting where there was talk about how MAP was going to provide visibility to teachers, to students, and to their families about what the kids were ready to learn as far as the TEKS were concerned. But when you mentioned that the expectation was, or the principals were being trained in MAP and it was an option, how is it supposed to get to the teachers? Like, is there a plan for the teachers to actually learn? Is it the principal supposed to teach them, or do they learn a separate way? So that was another thing that came to my mind when I was thinking about the learning, especially for MAP.
Correct. So MAP for teachers, we embed that training in beginning of year. It's been embedded in a variety of ways. I wasn't employed here at the time of its initial rollout, but since I have been here, I don't know that we've had required trainings for all teachers on MAP. We have done some work with MAP data with principals in leadership meetings. We need to refine the way we do it. and because it wasn't successful at the time, because they all have different understandings and abilities. Some of them are very like the system's intuitive to them. They just want to get in and explore, and they can find the reports and learn things on their own. Other people want to be shown and have someone sit with them side by side. So it's figuring out that differentiation. In terms of optional, and I don't think it's ideal, so I'm not defending the optional part of this when I say it, but we have offered things that were not required, but I can think of a training that Brendan, Emily, and some of our math team did, not last summer, but the summer before. I think every single elementary principal went and brought their AP as well, so while it was optional, most of them did attend, if not all of them. But that is an area of improvement, I mean, to be real honest with you.
All right, thank you.
Just a follow-up real quick about the MAP data. I know I've talked about this numerous times in board meetings. I've been fortunate to be at a campus where my campus does curriculum night, and I get sent home stuff every other, week letting me know how to read this data. It goes back to what Francesca talked about, this consistency through the system. You're gonna have one school doing a curriculum night, going into the data, helping parents read what the actual MAP scores are and helping them understand. And then down the road, you have another school not having a curriculum night, not having an opportunity to educate parents on MAP data. Parents are getting this data, and I mean, everyone sees what's posted on social media. We're not gaining any grounds in our academics, we're not doing this. Well, we're not educating our parents on what this MAP data is because of the inconsistency that we've created in this system with our schools and our principals. So my question is, I know you don't want to get up there and you got to be like, you have to go do this, principals. But what you're doing right now is creating this inequity in the system. And you're making parents like me go and shop for each school because I want to be able, and I mean, that's what everyone knows I do that. I want to be able to be at a campus where I can understand what my kid is learning, but I have to have the tools, and y'all have to give the tools to the principals and staff. So what are we doing to help that alignment? Like, determining, what zip code you live in, it shouldn't determine what kind of schooling you get. We should be able to have that consistency through the system. So what are we doing to fix that?
In terms of, are you talking specifically curriculum nights and how we're sharing data?
I think it's that, and then I think it's the other step to this. Like, I can speak from my experience last year. My child was in elementary. Every week, I got an update. We get weekly letters, emails. I got an update on, hey, this is where your child's at. And then when I would get the MAP results, I got additional information to help me understand where my child was, where, what that whole graph looks like. And I've been at other campuses where I was not privileged to any of that stuff. And I'm not saying they're in the fault, but you're creating this weirdness in our system where I'm at this school and I, as a parent, can understand where my child is. I'm able to ask for the accommodations or ask for interventions. I've been at this school here where I'm not getting any of that. No information. It could be a curriculum night, whatever. And I mean, we're seeing it pop up now. We see some schools doing curriculum nights, some not doing it. So how do you fix that? Because it's really putting our parents and our students at a disadvantage.
Yeah, I think I understand. So I don't disagree. There is inconsistency. And so I think really leaning back into the recommendation, I do agree that we need to develop this decision-making framework where we develop what are the tight expectations, what are the loose expectations, where do you have, it's non-negotiable that you share MAP data and some way to help parents interpret and understand it. Now, you may do it at a curriculum night or you may do it at your parent-teacher conference. So that's where there's some leeway with the campuses. We have not defined that. So that is where there is some inconsistency. So that, I think what we need to think through and next steps here is, where do we start? Where do we start developing these tight and loose expectations? We saw effectiveness when we did implement PLCs. We had an implementation guide. This is the expectation of every collaborative team. And you monitor yourself, but also principals, you monitor how your campuses are doing. We saw people respond to that in our system. Is it perfect? Absolutely not, but we saw improvement, and we saw improvement in student performance, I believe, as a result of that. All that to say, I think when we provide that structure and define the expectations, where is your leeway, we see a response. So it's just determining where we start with it and then go from there. What are our priorities?
I mean, I think that's exactly the question Francesca was looking earlier. I mean, you can still give principals the power they need to do, but there's still got to be some consistency in the system. There has to be.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the need for consistency by any means. It's,
A comment for future when thinking about format is that I do feel like this was a workshop. Like the fact that we have so much work to do after this, it's like, wow, I would love to see this just in its own self. And I find it challenging because I'm like, ooh, wait, Nikosi's asking something really good. I want to follow on that subject matter. And then Anna asked something. And so it does, when we have a presentation that's this large, holding questions to the end, it makes me feel a little bit disjointed, like I'm hopping all around rather staying in the topic. Just something to think about later. I really appreciate the audit committee bringing this audit. I mean, this is a lot of work. This is I was here when we did a curriculum deficit audit back in 2015 and watching kind of how that was implemented in the district and how that rolled out. I mean, we worked on the results of that curriculum audit, I think it was for 3 years. I mean, it was a long time and a lot of work getting all those pieces done. But I really appreciate the audit committee in Gibson just really kind of digging in there and showing us some really bright lines and things we can look at. And for administration, just being ready to go, look, here's where we're starting. Like, I know it's a lot of material, and I really appreciate that. I didn't want y'all to think anybody that was, I mean, I realize there's a lot of work here, and you're thinking, and we've got more. Yes, I know, and so thank y'all all for that. My question, and I want to start back just at change management, because we've hinted on this back and forth, and on slide 20 we talk about it. And one of the things that I appreciate you saying is that there are a lot of things changing in public education. Y'all said, the question is, how are we adapting? And then Chris, kind of in another comment, you said, you know, how do we balance all of this, right? Where we're dealing with all this change, and then how much more change do you add on top of the change? I think that brings us to this change management model that was laid out before us, and I have questions about how this really is going to be implemented. Because as I'm thinking of these questions, like, is there clear, effective communication around why it's necessary to change? I'm thinking about discussions we're having right now in other areas about, are we clear? Is there effective of why we're talking about this change? Does our community get that? How does the district involve employees? And in the other conversation, I'm thinking of stakeholders early in the change process to increase ownership over the change. I'm like, oh my goodness, like this is speaking to me right now, because I am seeing in a public education environment with so much change happening, teachers, how they're getting certified, how public education has to implement and do learning in the classroom, assessments, those are changing. I mean, there's so much change going on that you've given us something that we could hold on to tangible to go, okay, how are we going to manage all of this? But I'm wondering, because when administration came up with a conversation about, okay, well, we did a PDSA on it, which, by the way, love PDSAs, our continuous improvement, yay. But you came up with the thing of balanced leadership. And so I did a quick Google search. And so I just need y'all to help correct my 5-minute. I'm not the expert, y'all are. But in my search, there's this difference. And they're saying, well, balanced leadership really is more about kind of the execution, whereas the change management model that you're talking about here is more about the diagnosis. And so I feel like we're still missing this diagnosis as we're talking about all the changes we have to implement in the system. So my question is, first for Gibson, am I in the right ballpark? Am I understanding what y'all are saying well? And then administration's response, but I want to make sure I'm right first with understanding what Gibson is saying.
So I would like to share one thought around this as an example of change management executed in this way that I think was done well in this district, and we heard that. And as angst-ridden as it is around the adoption of the new science resource approach to science. And we heard teachers, administrators, et cetera, describe really this process. First of all, we spent almost a year studying what does good science education look like? What do we want science education to look like for our students? We knew it was coming up for adoption, or the TEKS had changed, whatever. There was a need for change regardless. So rather than just pick something, let's first build background knowledge. Why are we changing, and what do we want that change to look like? And once that was built, then they started looking at, so what are the different, I'll call them curriculums, resources that are out there that are reflective of this vision that we have for what we want science education to look like in LISD. And oh my gosh, it's probably one of the most rigorous, challenging, difficult ones, but if we really believe what we said in this vision, this is what we've got to do. And then, and I'm trying to recall, and hopefully I don't miss anything, we set up some pilot sites. Let's find a couple of schools that are willing to take this on and let them try it, see what we can learn from it. And let's start sending people there to observe it and build this capacity up. And then the curriculum specialists started rewriting the curriculum documents, and then there was professional development that's going on. And then we made sure we bought the curriculum, the science kits that support it. So all of that was there. So people will say, and we heard it from principals, teachers, et cetera, this science is hard, and it's been a pain, but it's good. And we get why we're doing it. So that's an example of, and I think you could probably put PLCs fairly close into that, but I think the most rigorous example of what this process looks like in action was the science curriculum. Does that help?
Okay. Oh. Were you wanting a response on balanced leadership as well?
Well,
Yeah.
just given their example now of how it works so well, and you have the microphone over there, so if you want to jump in, I'm just curious, kind of, it feels like public education has a lot of changing that's going to happen, and I just don't know if balanced leadership gets at this, and that was y'all's, it looked like recommendations, so I'm just trying to understand, because we have a lot more change management we have to discuss, and I'm like, can we continue to use this, and or what is it we're going to do? Because
I would, and I know you want to say something, but no, balanced leadership alone is not the answer. So change, includes almost more of a change theory, as opposed to when you look at ADCAR, if you just Google change management, this is what you get. And it's the most prolific and most well-known and what's out there. So it's definitely a good recommendation, I believe, and that's what we landed on. I think balanced leadership provides understanding for leaders like first order change, second order change, but doesn't really articulate a process for you to follow. This is not exactly a process, but a process could really be developed from it. So if you're thinking through change constantly, have we built I think the science's adoption is a perfect example of where we got every one of these correct. Have we built awareness and desire and knowledge and gone through all these stages? Sometimes we don't have a whole year. When the state legislature concludes in May or June and we're implementing those changes without a lot of guidance in the next 60 days, like you have to move a lot more quickly, but I still think we were just kind of reflecting back on some of those changes, which are not academic program necessarily related, but if we had even thought through this lens a little bit better, we could have provided better clarity for our campus leaders and staff of what is their awareness, what is their desire, or can we just acknowledge, hey, you probably don't have a lot of desire to implement this new cell phone law, but this is a new cell phone law, and here's why, and providing that context. I think it's training people to think through that lens. The way where we landed as a team was that we almost need to lay that out as a step-by-step process. Would you be required to go through that and tie a certain amount of time to it with every step? Not necessarily, but it does start training leaders and people in the district to think that way when they're rolling out a change. And quite honestly, I really feel like it's important that there's awareness in all staff members so they hold us accountable to think that way. Hey, you haven't built awareness and desire with us yet. We're not ready for this. We need knowledge. You know, those are some of my thoughts. I hope that answers your question some.
I love those thoughts,
Yeah.
and you will probably see me ask those same questions in future discussions. So,
can I add to that a little bit, Chris? One thing I did want to add about balanced leadership, they told me to lean left, so I'm going to lean left. I'm so sorry. But one of the additional things I wanted to add about balanced leadership was that one of the main things that balanced leadership also provides is a leadership lens. So what are the leadership skills that I need to have as a principal through whatever change that we're experiencing at the time, right? So as a leader, I need to lean into my expertise around curriculum and instruction. That might be a leadership trait that I need to lean into. There are 21, I believe, leadership traits that a principal or leader can lead into when they're managing change. So that's another part of that balanced leadership piece. I also wanted to speak to a partnership that we have with the E3 Alliance. We are currently working with them to establish a culture or a vision for what we expect math and RLA instruction to look like in our district. We've done a lot of work with them already around establishing what those visions will look like as we move forward. And the plan is it goes along with that awareness and desire, making sure that we have a strong vision for our instructional practices moving forward. So when we are up for adoptions, we know what we're looking for in those adoptions that are specifically targeting the type of instruction that we want to see within our classrooms. So I just wanted to add that as well.
And that was done, quite honestly, because we saw the successful rollout of science. Like, this is really hard curriculum that we're implementing, but they're like they're doing really well with it. What's the difference here? Whereas we see almost a lot of pushback on some of our other resources, and the difference was the time they took to develop that awareness, desire, and knowledge. And so we know that coming down the road soon is going to be a math and RLA adoption. And so we started that process last year, and it's continuing on this year.
On slide 35, the report mentions that the community curriculum advisory, they're largely spent on information sharing. And I'm curious about that because in 2013, it was entirely based on the science rollout, and it was incredible. I went to every one of those, and it wasn't hugely attended, which I wish more people would show up to things like that, but the science team was there, they were asking questions, we were all actively using the curriculum and learning what it was. And then there was another KCAC meeting, I think it was the year before, where CTE had set up books. Like every textbook in the CTE curriculum was out, they had computers, staff was there, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was like less than 10 people showed up. So we're putting these opportunities out there, but the engagement piece is missing. So are we talking at all about how to improve that? Like, is it a timing thing, or just people don't want to spend their evenings reading textbooks, or what are we talking about as far as actually getting people to these opportunities? Because when you're only showing up to the first couple of meetings, yeah, you're only going to be getting, this is what we're going to talk about, this is how it's going to go, here's the outline of the structures we're working with. But, you know, like I got to experience that entire science curriculum and all of the CTE materials. Mm-hmm. So how are we trying to improve engagement so that these committees are actually what our educators and our communities are looking for.
Yeah, so that's a great point, and I was thinking about this when they were presenting. So last year when the audit was done, it was just informational because we weren't going through an adoption. But my first year in the district, we were going through CTE and AP courses for social study. I can't remember what the other one was off the top of my head. But so we did utilize CACAC we educated people about CTE programs so that then they could view resources and give us feedback. You were at most of this, not all of those meetings, if I remember correctly. But to your question, we talked, Bruce and Sarah and I, about, we see larger attendance at DWIC. It's a much bigger group. Like, do we somehow merge, but then we're trying to do too much in one group, and then that burns everybody out? CACAC the last 2 or 3 years has been high attendance at the beginning, and then by the time the last evening comes around, it's 5 to 10. Maybe doing some of those virtually, maybe it's just getting people there in the evening is a real challenge. I know that doesn't answer. We haven't found the way to get more people there to get involved. Usually when they know when we're going to look at instructional resources, particularly reading language arts and books and novels, that is a hot topic and people are more interested in that. But that's not what all of it's about, yeah.
So I have a question about, you mentioned focusing on capacity building because the central administration or central office was pretty lean. You also mentioned how instructional coaches, the nature of the job and the inconsistency resulted in high turnover. When I think about what you're thinking about potential solutions, and maybe in some cases you've talked about it involving teachers with some ideas, and I just hope that you will think back to some of the feedback from the teachers, which was about taking things off their plates before adding new things, and just getting that balancing act throughout the entire campus, from the principals down to everybody who's being pulled in to build this capacity, and thinking about what internal audit is about in general. It's about being more effective and being more efficient, and just continue to have that as a thought while thinking about our solutions, so we're not just adding more and really not making people more effective and efficient in the long run.
So I have a question on slide 32. I hate saying this word, differentiation. Did I say that right? I hate that word. Okay, so when I see this, right, my head, I'm going in every direction right now. I think about what you just said, Trish, and the changing landscape of public education. I also think about our students with a 504, students and intervention, students with an IEP. I think about our emergent bilingual students. And then when you go to slide 33, as a mom whose kid has been in special education and has hit roadblocks when it came to educating her twice gifted student, and having that student be told, oh, you have an accommodation, you don't need to do the project. This is concerning to me, because we talk about closing the gaps. We talk about giving each and every student what they need. And clearly we're not really doing that. So what are we doing to, help? It's really, we're changing the landscape essentially of what public education is. We know the current conversations we're having right now. We know charters are just gonna explode in our district. We know parents are looking for certain types of instruction that is not your traditional school. So what are we doing to get ahead of that ball game? Also, for that competitive piece, right? But what are we doing right now for our SPED students, for our emergent bilingual students? How are we supporting those students and those staff members to be able to get those students where they need, so a student doesn't miss access to, say, an IB program, doesn't miss access to an AP class, or just in general is getting the basic necessities of learning how to write and read. What have we done to change this?
I would say that this is an area for a lot of improvement, quite honestly, for us in terms of differentiation. I honestly, I'll just be totally transparent with you, that I feel like we really need to think this through, or we could make a lot of wrong moves in responding to this, because we definitely don't want to send the message that you only use our resources, because that really angers teachers. But we also don't want free reign where teachers that we know our teaching staff has changed significantly. So a very experienced teacher that has deep knowledge of the TEKS, choosing a resource outside of our district resources, I have more faith in that decision as opposed to somebody that's brand new that may have worked at the bank a year ago. And we're glad to have them in our system. It's not that they're not as valuable as the experienced teacher. But somehow this is where aligned autonomy, to use Brenda's term from earlier, is going to be super important, and it's really hard to do. I think we need to understand, and we referenced this earlier, how do we define outside of the district curriculum? Because in order to respond to kids that are on an IEP, we have different resources because they do have varied and different needs. And so if teachers see that as outside of our curriculum, that's different than just going to Teachers Pay Teachers or Googling. So I know that's not a solid answer, but we're going to have to, I think maybe we lean back into that decision-making framework, and this is one of the priorities in terms of kind of given some guidelines of when it's okay to go outside, what is outside, and when it's not okay to go outside. And when you do go outside, what are the things you need to really be thinking about? Principals need to be, campus leaders, instructional leaders need to be thinking with their teachers about, when I see a resource in a classroom that's being used, is that aligned to our TEKS and the type of instruction and the type of learning we want to see? And then on the flip side, we want teachers thinking through that lens if they see the need to do that. But at the end of the day, we want to make this easier for our teachers so they don't feel the need to go outside. And I think that goes back to, this is where the interwoven piece is, how we design that curriculum, lay it out in a friendly manner so they know where to go without 17 tabs open, but they know where to go to get that differentiation when the time comes, so they have those resources, but they don't have to weed through this long, does that make?
No, it makes sense. It does. It does. And I mean, because each and every student's different, right? And then when you start bringing in IEPs and you've got, you're really doing whatever you can to make sure that student is learning. I mean, my child, y'all know me, I was a very master IEP writer, so I asked for some interesting things, and y'all met me there. So I understand that piece. I think for me is, when we see this, right, and as a parent with a child with an IEP, I'm just like, what does that outside curriculum look like, right? Like, oh my gosh, like, what are you using? Is it aligning with what every other student is learning? And it goes back to what you were saying, creating this system and making it easy for our staff to really understand this is okay, this is not okay. Just one more thing is twice exceptional kids, GT students. That is something I know we could do a better job in this district. And so that is something I'm going to be looking at in the next coming year, especially given this audit report, is we know parents are wanting something non-traditional in regards to school. We hear a lot of, advanced academic, schools and everything, and what they really are looking for is this GT curriculum, a revamped GT program. And so I'm going to be leaning a lot into that this coming year, just as a parent with 2 kids, and just having that barrier of trying to find that extra, piece that they need to keep them engaged in the classroom. And so that's it.
I'd like to add one thing on your first question, Trustee Smith. I view the figure on the screen as actually a direct outcome of figure 58 on page 74, which states the district curriculum system includes adequate resources to help me differentiate instruction according to student needs. We had a 40% disagreement rate from teachers on that, and so I view, because they're not able to do it from the curriculum themselves, that's forcing them to go to seek outside. So I think that ties nicely into the first recommendation, where we're talking about redesigning the curriculum, because it may be in there, they're just not accessing it properly, they don't know how to.
Sorry, I missed the page that you said it was tied to.
Figure 58 on page 74.
Is this the actual report? In the actual report, yeah.
And I'll just add to that also, going back to the PLC process, Anna, I think it is really important for us to re-examine who is in the room during those PLC times. A lot of times, due to scheduling conflicts, we don't have a whole lot of opportunity to have our special education teachers in our PLC meetings because they're supporting kids in the classroom. But they are a valuable resource. They are our experts in special education instruction. And so figuring out a way to get our special education teachers in that room at that table, talking through with our teachers who are providing that Tier 1 instruction, how they can support students to be able to access that Tier 1 instruction, because my fear is that we're sending a message potentially that our special education students cannot access the Tier 1 instruction, and that's not what we believe in Leander ISD. The other piece of that too is the same thing with our ESL staff. How can we get them in those PLC meetings so that they are supporting our teachers with providing strategies and instructional practices that are specific to our emergent bilingual learners? You can also add Quest into that. How are we getting our Quest teachers into our PLCs? So that way we're embedding our GT practices into that Tier 1 instruction to push that learning forward for our students. So that way they're not having to be pulled from the classroom. They're not having to have this other resource that they're accessing.
I kind of want to build off the trustees' conversations on defined autonomy. So I just need to add just another little level of question here. And I don't think this is something we can answer tonight, but this is more for just something for Pete to be aware of as one of the questions, is as we're talking about the change management environment and where there's so much change in public education, there needs to be and will be a discussion on like, how do we go forward in public education, given resources that we have available or don't have available to us. And so this becomes a real challenge. And so when I'm thinking about slide number 24 on the decision-making framework, where you kind of say, hey, principals have this decision-making, a district has this decision-making, I'm almost thinking about the same type of concept for trustees to see about staff. Which part of the staff, when Pete's saying, hey, we need ICs, is that something that is district developed as a job description, and so this is exactly what an IC does. And then if they go on campus, then they're going to be doing that job description. Is it APs? Do APs have a certain job description? If they're on campuses, they're doing that job description. Or where do our principals have those autonomy decisions? Because it makes it very challenging as a board when we're up here and we're being, given as like districts saying, hey, these are the positions we're looking at, and here's how we can change things or move things around. But if our principals, as Gibson pointed out, maybe using a position because they need it, and they're just used to going into this environment, but yeah, we've got to make this work. It feels like we're not coordinating, and there's a lot of change that we need to talk about. And so as we're talking about this defined autonomy, really, what part are we as a district saying principals get to adapt these positions this way so that we know that as trustees when we're talking about positions, or they're up here and they're saying, hey, we're going to make this move or we're going to make this move. Do I know that this is a district move that is being done in conjunction with understanding how principals are using and utilizing the people in these roles? And so I think That's just something I'd like to make sure is on our radar, because I think this points out so much in this audit of how important that is. And then the question is, how do we use our staff? Because according to when I'm looking at these numbers, we're like at 90% payroll. I'm looking at general fund. Don't worry, Pete can correct me later on my numbers if I'm off on that. That's a lot of positions in payroll. And so we, when you're saying, hey, you're light in this area, I'm like, oh my goodness, though, our payroll overall isn't that light. So how do we adjust? And these are going to be very important discussions going forward. And for Gibson, as I'm saying this, is there anything I'm missing here?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Okay, what? You want to go? Okay. So, okay, after hearing all this, right, I'm just still trying to understand. We just kind of piggybacking what you were saying, Trish. So, like, how are we going, excuse me, how are we going to balance campus autonomy, right, with district-wide consistency? This seems to be like the #1 question of the night. I can only relate to one example that I can think of, and I think about how this cell phone policy was rolled out, right? We know direction from TEA and the state was horrible. However, you had campuses meeting with each of their aligned vertical feeder pattern to make sure that there was a consistency through their feeder pattern. So for me, that is one example where I'm like, this is something that administration should have led from the top, and then it could have just rolled down. So again, I'm trying to understand, the board has talked about consistency, right? We know our principals know their campus. They know it's best. However, they're asking for us to give them some direction. They're asking for us to lead. So what are we going to do differently to help those principals?
I think it's going to be important for us as we go forward to make those decisions as those issues come up. So I think that's something that we're going to have to learn to do better as a system, is to say this issue here requires us to have this much clearer direction from the district level, but this piece over here really requires us to have more autonomy at the campus level. And so I think we have to learn the muscle of how does that balance work, and that comes from, I think, testing it. So as we encounter these decisions, we have to come back and have conversation around, so this is what we think, this is how we think we'll roll this out, and how does that work, and come to those agreements as we go.
So are we having those conversations now? And the reason why I asked this is because, we're about to go through a crazy budget cycle, right? Again, kind of like last year. And I think about last year when the surplus numbers were announced, and it created this chaos at each individual campus because we allowed principals to pick, oh, well, you know what, I don't need this one, I don't need this. And you created this unevenness, which was really interesting. And so I'm trying to understand, what are you gonna do now? And I get what you're saying, case by case basis, but we need something now. Like, what are we gonna do now to help get us into a situation where we all are leading and telling principals, basically, this is what we're doing because this is the best for the district, but still giving them that support that they need because they do know their campus.
Yeah, and I think that's a great example. And so one of the things we're working on right now is laying out month by month exactly what has to happen when in order to make those decisions effectively, right? So in that case, there's decisions around surplusing that are challenging because we don't know what the student choices in terms of courses are at the right time for the surplusing. So that created a problem for us this last time because we had campuses surplusing teachers that they ended up needing, right? Because the timing of the course requests and those things were out of alignment. And so that's one of the things that the team is working on, is getting that alignment correct through really laying that out exactly when does what have to happen to make sure that that can happen more consistently, that we can give clearer direction to the campuses about here's what you can expect in terms of knowing and understanding what the student need is and what the student requests are, so that it aligns with the surplusing process, so that we understand how we're doing that better. So I think that's just one example.
I'll be definitely looking at that. Y'all know that's my word of the year, consistency.
Well, I think that's a great example. I'm a little nervous to say this, but Sarah and I worked a lot on putting things in order, but not the two of us, involving a lot of people I didn't even know what ADCAR was when we started doing that work, but I do think that we actually built awareness. They had awareness because they realized, counselors, principals, they realize we're making decisions when we don't have our course selections in. So the change was, it's very similar to science. The change is still hard because we're moving timelines around. Counselors already had some plans in place this year, but they also understand if we don't get this better, we're going to run into this same problem, and it creates more problems for them to make schedule changes. When the kid asked for this course and we had to surplus that teacher before we knew a lot of kids wanted that course, now I got to find a new place to put that student. So they see the benefit. It's just that change process that's hard. Another part of that is putting transfers in a different time period. And so we have that laid out pretty well defined. If we can share that with you want.
I started off with like 3 questions for the district, 3 questions for the board, and I've tried to weave those through my 3 questions. So I'm just going to end with this, is that when we did a curriculum audit last time, deficit audit, we came up with EH Local as a board. And there are things in EH Local, in our policy, that as a board, we're not doing. And so, or maybe we're not doing it the way it was originally envisioned by the board at that time because we're a different board, which is great. I think we should look as a board at our EH Local and say, are we putting curriculum where we think it should be? Is this still what we want to have in place? Because in the EH Local, it does have us annually review the status of curriculum delivery. And we should be annually looking at new and revised curriculum. We should be reviewing the effectiveness of curriculum using, and here's going to be Gibson's favorite word, multiple data sources. And so, you know, we've talked about a lot about that data warehouse that's student-facing, parent-facing, teacher-facing, and trustee-facing. And I'm wondering if maybe that was the hitch and the giddy-up, why these things didn't come to fruition. But I think as a board, we should look back at that and kind of lessons learned from our last audit. Are these things we want to keep in place, and let's keep that language, or do we clean up this language?
I haven't looked at it to see exactly what it says, but based on what you have just communicated, it might be helpful that anything that we are required to look at, that we put it on the board calendar, agenda calendar, and put a note there, and with maybe a hyperlink or whatever, and just say EH Local, and this is why it should be here. So that way it communicates to board members at any point in time, if you want to remove this, you know why. So either you go change the policy, or if you want to stay with the policy, it's there.
I think we need to look it over. I mean, I think about this audit report, right? And I think about that whole slide 19 and paint done and people don't understand the vision. I mean, this right here, look at it. I mean, you've got the philosophy, the taught curriculum, the access curriculum, board responsibilities. But what I love about it the most, parent responsibilities and student responsibilities. And we talk about student, ownership of learning. We talk about educating our parents on the data they need to understand their students' ownership of learning. This policy needs to be updated. It is not aligned to where we're at, so I would like to see that. So I guess you got your second, Trish.
So Anna, just a question though, as we're looking at this, do you mean you want to pull it back to the whole board, or what are you saying?
I think that would be,
Yeah.
I think we saw tonight, this audit report this board is very interested in what the findings were, and we're eager to figure out how do we go forward to this, right? And I think this is one step to it, Trish, because I think this audit report is a bigger picture than just what you presented. It's y'all know that this is tied to our strategic plan, which is tied to LRP, which is tied to the budget, which is essentially a huge part of what we are. And I feel like that this is one piece, and I feel like that this will help get us where we need to be and keep us in our lane. So yes. Oh my gosh, what is going on? Shade. You don't remember? Okay, well, if y'all don't remember your questions, you can always email them. All right, last call. All right. Thank y'all so much. Gibson, thank y'all so much. I know this was a hard conversation, but this is the stuff the board enjoys. We like seeing this kind of data. As you saw, this is a pretty lively conversation, and that's when we do our best work. So I appreciate y'all.
Thank you. It has been a delight to work with a board and a team that cares as much as you do. So thank you.
We're looking forward to the next audit report. All right, board members, is everyone okay? We can go to the next agenda item? Oh my gosh, okay, never mind. We're gonna take a 7-minute break. I got some looks at me. 7 minutes, y'all, and I will find you. Be back. It is 11:02 p.m. and we are back from break. And next we are going to move back up to the agenda, and we're going to start at 7A1, discussion of the Leander ISD State Accountability and Community-Based Accountability Report. Hello, whenever y'all are ready.
Hello, thank you, thank you. So tonight we want to share the 2023, 24, and 25 accountability ratings for our district. And we want to build understanding of the components that actually make up that overall rating. We also want to share with you our Leander ISD Community-Based Accountability System highlights and how that information really complements our state accountability system. You have at your place, board members, you have our community-based accountability report for 24-25, and so we have made that copy for you this evening. And for our community members, we will have that posted online, but we're going to share a few of those just highlights this evening. So this is a slide we've seen before, we've used before, but we just want to bring this back and refresh that. So as we look at both the state accountability system and our community-based accountability system, this is not about either or, it's really about the beauty of the and. When we think about our state accountability system, we are really thinking about and focusing on our state assessments, which include STAR and TELPAS. We also include college and career readiness measures within that, and our graduation rate. That is much more of a summative measure. So on the right, you see the community-based portion of it, and that really allows us, this was originally built back with the hopes and dreams of our community. So this is a part of what else do we want to look at, right? That is beyond just a one summative measure at the end of the year. So this is what we're holding ourselves accountable to as well. So we hold ourselves accountable to both sides, but we want to use that community-based accountability because it really shares the rest of the story. It helps build a much more comprehensive lens of our system. So tonight we're going to highlight a few things from each one of these areas to share, and we look forward to it. And I know you know the person sitting next to me, but you just heard something about a data guru, I believe, in the last presentation. Well, look at who is sitting beside me. It's the data guru, Emily Gray herself. So, why are we talking about 3 years of our accountability ratings at one time? So if you look at this timeline, at the beginning of the timeline states the 2023 ratings were not released as usual, and they're usually released in August due to some litigation by numerous districts across the state. So as we moved into 2024, those 23 ratings were still not released, and were actually not released until April of 2025. So not long after that, the 24 and 25 ratings were released simultaneously, actually just a short time ago in mid-August. I think it was day one of school, something like that they were shared out. So we are bringing all three of these to you this evening. So when we look at this slide, these are our ratings, overall ratings for the district in 23, 24, and 25. And so we started with 23 is because there were some significant changes to the state assessment to STAR in 23. And hence there were also some changes to our state accountability system at that time. So you can see that we have an extremely stable system with that B grade every year. And actually, we've had that B grade since 2018 when we've started having A through F ratings. Also, information, we just want to make sure that our community knows that information about the district accountability ratings as well as campuses can be found at texasschools.gov. So in this visual, we share the number of overall campus letter ratings for each year. So you can see that we have increased in 2025. We had the highest number of A's over those past 3 years, while also decreasing the number of overall D ratings. Also in that table to the left, we had 61% of our campuses maintain or improve to an A when analyzing over the last 2 years. A third of our campuses maintain that grade of B or C, and then we also had 3 campuses decrease their overall grade. Important note of commendation to our secondary campuses. All of our secondary campuses received an A or B.
All right, so Brenda was talking about the overall rating. We want to talk a little bit about where that overall rating comes from. Every campus and the district really technically get 4 letter grades. One in student achievement, one in school progress, one in closing the gaps, and then one overall. So this graphic is just to show you how the overall grade is calculated. They look at achievement and progress and pick the higher of the two. That's 70% of your grade. And then the closing the gaps, which is really a federally required section, is always 30% of that overall grade. So when we dig a little deeper into our campuses, this is the 3-year trend in each of those other letter grades. So you can see, again, student achievement is very stable. The school progress is right at that 80. And then the closing the gaps is the highest that it has been at 88. So the math here is actually pretty easy. If I look at 88 and 80, the higher of those is 88. If I look at closing the gaps, that's also 88, so 70% of 88 plus 30% of 88 is 88. That math is really easy, I like that. Just so you're aware, these are the district numbers. They don't actually, I'm gonna dig deeper into where the numbers come from for a campus. The math they do, don't worry, it's gonna be 11 p.m. math, not 11 a.m. math. But the math for the district is a little different, and it started in 2023. Instead of taking every STAR test in Leander ISD and calculating the metric, they actually take the letter grades of every campus and do a weighted average. So they say, okay, this school has 2,000 students, so we're gonna take their grade times 2,000. We're gonna take this school's grade times 500, and then we're gonna divide by the number of students. So these numbers actually represent a weighted average of the grades of the campuses. Okay, so that first letter grade is student achievement. At middle school and elementary school, it's really straightforward. This is the average of the approaches, meets, and masters on STAR. That's it. That's the whole grade. At high school, at some of our high schools, those that have had graduates, it's a little more complicated. Here, 40% is that STAR piece. Another 40% is the college career military readiness of the 2024 graduates. So I always want to point out anything that isn't STAR in our accountability rating and the state accountability is a year old. So it is not the class of 2025 that's in the 25 accountability. You would think it would be, but it's not. It's the 24 graduates. And then the other 20% for a high school comes from graduation rate. That is actually the higher of the 4, 5, or 6-year rate for each school. And you might think, well, isn't 6-year always the highest? But these are different cohorts of students going through, right? So for one class, their 4-year might have been significantly lower, but they catch up. Another one, their 4-year might be very high. I want to point out the graphic on the side. I have that on all of these slides, but this one is really interesting. This is straight from texasschools.gov, and it highlights, it's not the campuses. The pie chart isn't a count of campuses, it's a count of students and the kind of school they attend. So in Leander ISD, 62% of our students attend a campus that got an A in student achievement. And so if you look at A and B combined, 86% of Leander ISD students attend a campus that got either an A or B in this area. Moving on to school progress. I feel like I keep saying it's the better of two, and this is another case where that is true. So 2 scores are calculated, and then the campus or district gets the better of the 2. The first one is all about growth, and I've heard that mentioned a lot. That is an area of significant focus for all of us. But we must keep in mind here, it's talking strictly about STAR. And so what that means is we're limited a little bit in the growth that is measured. So at an elementary campus, the only students who have taken STAR 2 years are the 4th and 5th graders, right? So already STAR is only 3rd, 4th, and 5th. It's only in limited subjects. For growth, unfortunately, a campus loses 1/3 of their tests, right? Because the 3rd graders are on their first time. So just keeping in mind, it only starts in 4th grade, and it's only reading and math. So the science test, the social studies test are not included here. That is one calculation. How much did kids' STAR scores improve from the year before? And then the other calculation is actually taking STAR and comparing it to sort of a statewide curve, and they say, okay, this is what the expected value is for the state. For schools with your eco-dis rate, did you do better or worse than the expected value? The expected value is pegged at 75. So if you get exactly what you were expected, your relative performance score is a 75. So just so you know that. Again, you can see the breakdown of our campuses there on the right. The third and final letter grade is, as you can see by the number of words on the slide, the most complicated. But the thing to really understand here, despite the name about closing the gaps, it's not really calculating any gaps. It's not a difference between 2 things. What it's doing is highlighting the performance of certain student groups, right? So every campus has 4 groups that are evaluated. Everyone is group 1, and then the 2 lowest performing race ethnicity groups from the year before is groups 2 and 3, and then the last group is called high focus. So high focus is any student who is either served in special education, is economically disadvantaged, or is emergent bilingual. They might be more than one of those things. They only count once, but any high focus student is that 4th category. So you have all students are compared to a target. Your lowest performing race ethnicity group, which could vary from one campus to another, is compared to a target. High focus is compared to a target. The things that targets are set in are different for elementary and middle school. Again, at elementary and middle, this is 90% based on STAR. So that's kind of the mantra, right? So far, all of domain 1 was STAR, all of domain 2 was STAR. 90% of this one is STAR. So it's STAR achievement, STAR progress, and then the performance of emergent bilingual students on their TELPAS, their English language proficiency exam. So the breakdown there is 40% achievement, 50% progress, and 10% TELPAS. At high school, again, we have a more diverse set of metrics. So still half of the grade is based on STAR, so comparing student groups to a STAR achievement. But then 30% is college career readiness, 10% is graduation rate of those student groups, and then 10% is, again, that TELPAS score. Here, again, you can see the breakdown of campuses, and I just do want to point out here, every campus in Leander ISD got either an A, B, or C in this area, and 85% of kids attend a school that got an A or a B in closing the gaps. The last part of state accountability, before we get to the really fun part, are distinction designations. So the really important thing to know about distinctions is not everybody can get them, right? The point of the state accountability system as a whole, the letter grade part, is in theory, every school could get an A if they reached a particular score, right? There's no grading on a curve in terms of only 200 schools are allowed to get A's, right? It's not like that. Distinctions are like that. So each campus is compared to the 40 schools in the state most similar to them on a variety of metrics, and the top 10 on the list of 40 get a distinction. only the top 10 can get a distinction, right? So this one is just a little different, but you'll see our trends. So distinctions are awarded in 6 areas for elementary, because they don't have social studies, and 7 areas for middle and high school. If you want to get into all of the details of the metrics going into this, I would love to talk more. But the big story here is, in 2025, we had the largest number of distinctions from the 3-year period. We had 35 total. We had 15 different campuses earn a distinction, which was up from 12 the prior year and only 10 in 2023. So spreading the wealth a little there. And we were... Again, we received at least 1, and in fact, at least 3 designations in every distinction area. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brenda to talk about the report in front of you.
Can I just say, I was with Central Texas School Board Association just this week, and we were going over the data and the story behind STAR. And the comment was made, this is almost more complex to understand than school finance, which is really quite a feat. Thank you for breaking this down. There's really a lot of highlights and moments here that are the result of a lot of behind the scenes work. And so looking at this data is really exciting. So this is a high point, so thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
And I would also point out that I think TA has done actually a very nice job in updating and creating their system. When you look at texasschools.gov, honestly, of creating a format for community to truly understand it better as well. Okay, so let's now move into the fun part, as Emily states. I was a little concerned when she said we could talk about that, and I thought, not at this time. But with our community-based accountability system, as we talked about, this really is focusing. What I think about with community-based accountability, I really think about the Leander way. When you look at those 3 gray boxes there about building relationships and trust, thinking students first, systems, and creating that excellence, those do not happen because of a test or because of a rating. That is through the hard work of our campuses, those day-to-day interactions in their work, through our departments, through our parents and students, frankly, through you as our school board as well, and who are wanting to see, it's hard to speak at this time, wanting to see how we may actually fulfill those hopes and dreams for our community. So I'm going to hand it over to Emily as she talks a little bit about sharing some of those highlights, and we will wrap it out tonight with community-based accountability.
All right, so the CBAS report that you see, and as Brenda mentioned, will be posted online. First of all, I want to celebrate the amazing Christina Hardy,
Yes.
who is the design genius behind this. So I got her a lot of numbers, but she made it beautiful, so we appreciate her. Also, you'll notice the report is really focused around the strategic plan. So we look at our 5 goal areas and report out to our community strengths and opportunities for improvement there, right? So this is an accountability report. As Brenda always says, it's an and with state accountability, right? So we do want to emphasize that it is going through each goal area, looking at our key questions and saying, where are we and where do we need to improve?
And this really came through, and we talked about this last year as we went to this format. This came through the work of our Community-Based Accountability Committee, where it was, we don't want to just see the highlights. Like, we want to honor the hard work and the great work that we're doing in Leander ISD, but we are not a perfect system. We've had a discussion about that just this evening, right? We certainly have things to celebrate, but we also know that we have improvements to make. And so we want to look at both of those things, and we've continued that trend in the report this year as well, as showing those strengths and opportunities.
But this one is just celebration. So advanced placement is technically part of state accountability. It's a way to earn CCMR, but it's just such a good graph. We just want to celebrate again. The math person in me truly deeply loves that we gave exactly 13,000 AP exams. It's such a clean, beautiful number to 5,750 students. I was like, please don't have one more score come in. But 13,000 exams. Y'all, in this graphic, the point where we got AP District of the Year is the middle of this graphic, right? It was 2023. So to have improved that much, I was reflecting on a conversation I had with some folks at College Board in 2013, I think, where they said, Leander is an anomaly. You never give more tests and have the performance improve. That doesn't make any sense. If you're opening doors to more kids, how can they also do better, right? And we just keep doing that. Our teachers and students and our whole K-12 system just keeps providing these opportunities for our kids. So we just want to celebrate that. And again, that 76% pass rate from last year was actually the highest that Leander had ever seen. And so then our kids turn around and raise it by 6 more points. So huge celebration there. Another piece we want to talk about with CBAS that's really important, again, is the and. So it's not just looking at tests. Those AP scores are great, but it's about looking at what is the qualitative feedback we're getting from our stakeholders, and digging into, so yes, this one is about student learning, but the key question is really giving students the opportunity to engage in meaningful learning experiences, right? So not just, can I pass a test? Not only can I pass a test, but also, is that learning meaningful to me? So here you see data from parents and secondary students where we ask these specific questions. The trends are very positive. We've seen improvements year over year in all of these areas. I do want to point out, though, only 39% of middle and high schoolers saying they see how what they're learning relates to the outside world is too low, right? But it's better than 31% 2 years ago, right? So we're making movement, but definitely still have work to do in this area. And again, it's a big part of those big goals that Dr. Gearing talked about in our strategic plan. Another question we ask all of our students is, and parents, is do you or your child have the opportunity to set goals and track progress? I want to point out the question is a little different at elementary, so we're reporting how many kids said yes or sometimes, and their only options were yes, sometimes, or no. So we get a really high response rate to sometimes on that one, but it's still it's great that 95% of our kids in K-5 are saying they at least sometimes are setting goals, right? Again, similar trend here with secondary. We see a pretty significant improvement over 3 years there, but we want that number to be higher, obviously. Another component of Goal 1 is the graduate profile skills. And so you'll see in the report, there's a whole page highlighting and celebrating the graduate profile. But again, we've seen a significant increase over time in people being aware that the graduate profile exists. So that's one question we asked. Do you know it exists? But we see higher response rates of, do you feel like your experiences are helping you grow in these areas? So you might only have 60% of people say they know what the graduate profile is, but 75, 80% saying that they're growing those skills. So again, we're seeing a positive trend here, but always more work to do.
And I'm going to Trustee Bodie. We had a conversation a little over a week and so ago, actually, about this. And when we talked about portfolio development, right? And so we were having this discussion, and actually with Gloria as well, about what does that really mean when we're asking students to develop that portfolio. And one of the things, it's not always a product, but it's about the journey of learning, okay? And so part of that is going through, when you're thinking about the graduate profile, and you're thinking about how am I, if I am that student, how am I becoming a more skilled communicator and collaborator? Or what is that critical thinking about? So I might be getting to a product that I want to place in my portfolio, but also in my portfolio, how am I showing my journey within these graduate profile traits? Okay, so moving on to goal 2 for our empowered staff. So it's focused on a point we've discussed frequently this past year, and it's the movement of the PLC work within our teachers and our collaborative teams from PLC light to right to bright. We saw some significant increases of 7 percentage points aligned to that first question of what do we want our students to know and be able to do. That's aligned to the curriculum. 8 percentage points in that second question of how will we know if they learned it. That's the assessment piece. And then the largest increase we saw was in the intervention and enrichment arena. And I'm going to actually go back to our conversation we just had, right? I was thinking about this, and when we were talking about the intervention and enrichment, and we know we need to include that and make that clearer and more concise and within our curriculum documents. But I was thinking about our learning model of design, implement, and assess. So we might have a common assessment of some sort, right? But how we design and implement is really the key. And that's where that curriculum and the art of education and teaching comes into play. And that's where, because we could all sit here and say we're all going to take the same common assessment, but how I get there in that journey through that design and implementation and how our educators create that experience for our students is where that, to me, that power actually lies. So we, in our staff turnover, we are proud to have maintained or improved our turnover rates in most areas, particularly in this current economic climate. Our teacher turnover rates continue to be below our state and regional averages. We are also very pleased to decrease the instructional aid turnover and contribute those efforts to really improving that compensation and that training for that particular group. Specific credit is being given to our auxiliary leadership teams who improve the overall really work environment, especially like in areas like transportation. While there are some increases in turnover in child nutrition and custodial services, that increase remains far below those industry averages. And moving into goal 3, I really feel like this one, we talk about communication on this slide. When you have the saying in real estate, location, 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 right? One of the most important things. Well, when we think about impactful family engagement, I think about communication in that same vein. It is really about how are we talked just a little bit about this also in the last presentation, is we want to pull families in. Trustee Romans, you were talking about how are we getting people in to, like with the CAC and so forth, right? And to be involved. How are we communicating the value? How are we communicating the purposes, right? So it's really about that communication. So as we look at this slide, when we're operating a large district such as ours, we've seen that steady increase since 22-23 in those two statements. And I attribute this actually to our campuses who do a large portion, and they do a great job, always room for improvement though, of saying the campus encourages parent and community involvement, and the campus makes me feel informed, included, and welcome. So we thank our campuses for keeping their campus communities in play and in that communication. Also, 80% of the responses stated that they're getting just the right level of communication that is occurring. So we always want for that to increase, but we're happy to see that 80%. And we also certainly give a shout out to our School and Community Relations Department, as they certainly strive to do their very best to ensure that our community is kept informed throughout the year.
And anytime it's 10% say too much and 10% say not enough, that you're pretty close to the target, right? I'm going to close this out with the last two goal areas. So equitable access. This is something else I want to refer back to some of the comments from the audit about the OEA dashboard that I've developed with that team. And this is data that our campuses are tracking very closely. And this is one example of an indicator we're watching, again, as a way of measuring, are we looking for, identifying, and responding, and trying to remove barriers to access to our kids. So here you can see, again, an incredibly high participation rate at 95% of our kids in grades 7 through 12 are either in athletics, a CTE course, or an advanced level fine arts course. So just celebrating that and celebrating that students across student groups are able to access those opportunities. And finally, our goal 5, which is a very diverse goal, the safe and innovative learning environments. So lots of things that are highlighted in the report, including a lot of the work that's gone on with our bond, to create those innovative learning environments, but also talking a little bit about safety. So the acceptance and belonging questions on our survey continue to increase again, and especially at elementary, seeing those scores so high. I just made a note to myself, some of the questions that go with this, because this is a high-level rolled-up number, but this is questions like, I feel respected by my teachers and staff. I feel respected by other students. I feel accepted and valued as a member of the community. My school fosters a respectful environment for students of all backgrounds and experiences. So those are the kinds of questions where we're seeing this level of improvement, really despite sort of the world that our kids live in. So that's a very positive to not just the work that's going on in our classrooms, which is amazing, but also the culture that's being built on our campuses.
I just want to close this out and say again, thank you very much to Christina Hardy. Thank you very much, Emily Gray, for being a partner in creating this. When I think about discover our district, discover who Leander ISD is, take a look. Take a look.
And we're available for any questions.
No, we were waiting for you.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so first of all, this book's amazing. Really good work. And I told you I brought my other books through the years. I was comparing because I have all my first editions here, and it's improving. You're doing so much good stuff. I love the visual in here. Big celebration on the data. I love hearing about the AP scores, the student goals increasing, the PLCs. This is all fabulous. So here's my question. I imagine y'all have talked about this. How does this information get out to our community? Because this is what, and then if I could tag on that while I'm right there. So y'all once showed me lovely one-pagers y'all had designed for each campus that explained to the campus, and y'all are trying to put that available. This is powerful because this is like my community school. So I love seeing what the district does, but my goodness, if you can show me what my community school's doing, that's powerful too. So I'm just curious, are you still doing these, and how do these get out to our community, or what are ways you are doing that?
So I'm going to address how this gets out to the community first, okay? So part of that is through some of the work through our School and Community Relations Department. We are going to have that. Is it on our site already, Christina, this one? Not yet, but it will be within, maybe tomorrow or definitely early next week for our community. This is something, too, that I think sharing this to a deeper level with our campus leaders, because I think sometimes also, if it's not specifically my campus, I may not be aware of how that is across our system. And again, just bringing that coherence of we are that one LISD. And it shares highlights certainly from many different aspects across our system from different campuses. And as for the specific campus ones, That was a pilot last year that we did. It was something that, if I'm going to be very honest, that people loved, but it was a little bit taxing on the system and for our campuses. And so we have not had that interest, and probably interest isn't even the right word, because I think interest, we have that from our campus leaders, but when we're honestly trying to balance, and we've had this conversation, when we're trying to balance, what do we keep doing? What are some of the things that we may have to put to the side for a minute? That is one of those things right now.
And then a follow-up on that, because we're talking about that data warehouse or whatever we're calling it, or the river data or whatever that.
A data lake.
Yeah, data lake. If that was developed and we get that, does that help our communities now develop the one-pagers easier? Is that being considered as we're looking at that system? Because
it could. And I think, and I'm going to even go a little bit deeper here, is I think about, for those, I would like us to really think about, and with our stakeholders, with our campus leaders, what is it we really want to see in those? Like, how are we building? We want to give some autonomy, but again, coming back to one of the 4 C words I wrote down in the last presentation, of how are we building also some consistency? So what is the consistency factor we want to show? Like if we were talking about elementary schools or versus high schools, but also then giving them that autonomy to share some of their own highlights. But in essence, hopefully, yes, it would help bring about some easier access to that data.
I think just to kind of piggyback what Trish was saying, as we talk about open enrollment and as we talk about attracting students to our district, that one pager would go a long way right now. And especially, I know when we go down to the Capitol and talk, like this is what I can get the most anti-public education person to talk to me is when you start speaking about stories and data.
Yeah.
So I love this. Thank you, Christina, for doing this. This is what helps tells our story when we're down there talking at the Capitol. So I'm going to be asking for quite a few of these. But again, I think going back to all of our other conversations, long-range plan, open enrollment, this is the stuff that's going to get people here. This is telling our story. And so whenever we can get those one-pagers out, I know we want to make it individual for each campus, but I mean, we're on a timeline here with this open enrollment, and we need people to come here. So as soon as we can get that out and start showing all the love and amazing things we're doing, I think we need to do it ASAP. Board members, any other questions?
Yeah, I do have a question.
No, I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna wrap up these two though together, so that way I can be quick here. One is, as I was looking at you, by the way, you answered my questions as I was writing them down, which was really impressive. As I'm writing them down, you're answering, which is fabulous. But on slide 21, that shows us 95% enrolled in athletic, career, tech, or fine arts. But when I'm looking at our book, and y'all know where my questions is gonna go, in our book on page 18, our extracurricular and co-curricular program shows 20% of our kiddos are not engaged. And so I'm trying to balance then what am I looking at here? Because that's where I hit is like, okay, 20% not engaged, and over half of those are saying because they don't have an activity on their campus, which is making me think about the student owning and learnership. Like, do they know to ask for these activities? Because there might be something on their campus. There's a whole lot these campuses have right now. So that's my question one, and I'm going to action pack it and do my second question too while I'm at it, which is, we don't have the IBCs on here anymore, where we see the industry-based certificates that our students are getting. So I love the story of APs and getting information, getting our students ready for college, but I just don't want to forget about the career, and especially in the environment that's changing. Some people are like, man, a college degree does not deliver the same thing as an IBC would deliver for me, or maybe my military career or whatever. So I'd like to make sure there's a balance. That was just so second was a comment, my first one's a question.
It's a great question. that, yes, we need to get IBCs in here. Thank you for reminding us. This is one of those situations where you're faced with a data lake, right? And so making sure we include all the right pieces. Okay, so the question you ask about access is really, it's a question of data source. So the 95% that we're reporting is kids in a class that has an extracurricular aspect associated with it. So they're in the athletics course. That means they have the opportunity to participate. They're probably participating in one or more sports. They're in the band class. They could be participating. They're in an ag class. There's an associated student organization with that course. So 95% of our kids in 7 through 12 are in a class, because that's a very measurable thing, that has an associated course. The 19% of kids saying they're not involved in something is the student perception, right? And so when, I really think this is an and. This is where we're trying to triangulate this. So a student may be in a Arts and AV course that does have a Skills USA competition associated with it, that has those, but when we ask them, are you involved in an activity, they may not, their perception may not be that they are, if that makes sense. So that's really the difference there, is the perception versus the course enrollment.
Right, and what I'm thinking is a course, like that is something they're getting a grade on, like they're actively enrolled. Or when I think of extracurricular, co-curricular, it doesn't always mean there's a grade. Usually if you're doing an extracurricular or co-curricular, there may be a grade component, but there's also another another layer of investment. And so I might be misunderstanding that, so later I will ask you, I'll follow up on this offline, because to me, this is about connecting our students to their passions. So I would actually love to see this broken down, because it's that other level of students being engaged by our student groups. Because as it says in here, some students could respond more than once, because yes, they participate in activity, or yes, they participate in sports, or yes, they participate in band. Yeah. But if 19%, 20% of our students are saying no, I'm curious, how is equitable access being impacted here?
Yeah,
so, thank you.
And to your point, I think if we look on the bright side of some of recent legislation, we will have to be tracking participation in things like clubs more closely than we have in the past, and so that may be a data source that actually becomes available that we haven't had. Because I agree, the co-curricular piece has always just been a proxy for estimating are kids able to participate, because we don't, in our current system, have a robust process for tracking attendance in things like clubs, but we're building those processes right now, right? Due to legislation, but we're gonna have that data available as well.
My first is a statement. It's just one, because we have a lot of conversation around continuous improvement, and I love it. But my statement is, I know there's no other alternative education opportunity that our students have access to that can compete with the type of student learning and experience that we're delivering. And so just excited to see to see this data. My question just is, how do we get to an A? Like, what is the pathway, and how realistic is it, and what could we expect if we set our mind to, like, as a district, getting an A rating?
Well, I was going to answer the math question, which is the first thing you have to do is have no campuses that are a D or lower. So there is a cap. If any campus is a D, then the highest a district can earn is an 89. And then mathematically, I think we're on the right track. It's increasing, especially progress, and some of those student group indicators and gaps. So I mean, I think, can we do it mathematically with the trajectory we're on? Absolutely. But it means every campus has to be a C or higher.
And we did see, when we looked at that domain 3 and closing the gaps, the growth that we experienced this year or this past year certainly helped also bring that up in that area. So Emily and I have talked about this a number of times. Just let's grow our kids. right? We always want to see growth. And so when we even talked about in June, I think it was, when we were looking at the universal screeners, right? And remember, if you remember the quadrant graphs and how our campuses were moving in the right direction, it's about that growth that we want to continue to see, because that's what will elevate overall that rating as well.
Board members, any other questions? I don't think so. I think we're done. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
All right, board members, now we're going to go to 782, Annual House Bill 3 update. Welcome back, Lauren. Welcome, Dustin. All right.
So
whenever
I
y'all are ready.
want to make this comment that I just got looked over and they were like, "You're doing a third one? You're sitting up there for the third one?"
Hey, 3.
Yes.
Brenda, we love it. We love it. Whenever y'all are ready, take it away.
Okay, good evening. So tonight we want to present the annual House Bill 3 goal progress to the Board of Trustees in our community, and we want to present the district's House Bill 3 goals and plans for early reading and math proficiency, as well as college and career and military readiness. So when we speak of House Bill 3, it focuses on STAR performance in reading and math, number 1, and very specifically at the meets grade level from STAR. So I want to make it very clear, because the next few slides that we certainly go through are building on this when it relates to the reading and the math. As the chart indicates that you're looking at, approaches is the passing level. So we are not looking at the percentage here when we talk about House Bill 3. We're not going to be looking at the percentage of students just meeting the passing level, but they actually have to go to the next higher level to meet. And that, if you look at that, it talks about it's a strong knowledge of that course content. The student is prepared to progress to the very next grade level. So we will begin this evening by looking at our reading, third grade reading, again at the meets level. So the goal for 24-25 was 66%, and you can see that we were knocking at the door of that at 64%, which is our actual grade. You can see that it's well above the state actual that was at 49%. So before we go in, so you might be thinking, so how did you determine these goals? So I'm going to take you back a few years when I've actually sat in front of our board and talked a little bit about that the commissioner had the goal of 90% of our students will reach approaches, 60% at the meets level, 30% at the master's level, okay? So that's part of what has played into that goal of 60%, because we're looking at, again, the meets level. So our goals were all at 60% or the original value, because if a goal was already above that 60%, then we added to that goal. So our Asian student group goal was at 80%, our white was at 65%, and our Hispanic and if African American were also at 60%. And part of House Bill 3, we look at very specific student groups. And again, we indicated on this chart that the STAR assessment changed in the spring of 2023. So as you can see, as the visual shares, we met or exceeded our goal in our Asian and white student group, but did not meet that 60% for the Hispanic and African American student groups. And again, this is not just the passing, but it's at that meets level. Continuing with our student group information, we are looking specifically here at our students served in special education, or they are emergent bilingual, or they are qualify as economically disadvantaged. All goals, again, were set at 60%. However, the actual percentage at the meets level for each one of those was below 60. And looking at our next steps, so thinking about what are the goals and the things that we would like to consider as our next steps is really to support those collaborative teams in use of the curriculum. So something we've specifically talked about tonight through our professional learning community processes. We want to promote reading and writing experiences. Writing is a big component of this throughout the day and across different content areas. We want to provide that professional learning and support and coaching and guidance on our structured literacy practices, including explicit phonics instruction in K through 3. And we want to think about designing those small group learning experiences based on the TEKS, the standard performance results. And you're going to actually see some of this as we come to you in a couple of weeks with our district improvement plan and looking specifically at how are we doing with specific standards and how we want to focus on increasing not a percentage necessarily, but what are those skills specifically that we want to help our students be successful at.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move into early childhood mathematics. So as with early literacy, we'll begin with all LISD early childhood mathematics data. So you'll notice at the top line with the gray dots is our LISD goals for each year with an ending goal of 65%. The blue line represents the actual percentage of students who met that standard of meets. And then we also have a line to show the state actual percentages. I do also want to mention that the X's represent COVID, where we did not test. And you'll notice on every single one of the graphs after this one and all the ones after for math, while we might not have met our goal, we did see great progress from our testing year after COVID. So you'll notice that all of our progress from COVID on did show upward growth. All right. So moving on to our demographic data, you'll notice that each of the goals for our Asian population was 88%, our white population was 62%, and then Black and Hispanic were both at 60%. Are we having trouble here?
Yes.
Oh.
They're getting it.
Okay. I'll just keep talking. When we look at, again, looking at the STAR testing from that right after that COVID year, we did show a lot of growth in each of our demographic areas. We have a ending at 78% with our Asian students, 54% with our white students, and then 34% for Hispanic and 29% for Black students. All right, and this last graph here shows meets grade level by economically disadvantaged or specific programming such as special education and emergent bilingual. The goals for all of these groups was 60%. For our emergent bilingual students, again, going from that STAR test that we had in right after COVID, we saw a lot of growth. And then we saw, I would say, stagnant growth in the other two areas, economically disadvantaged and special education. So next steps for mathematics, we will analyze data to strengthen our curriculum in areas where historical data shows that we have weaknesses and provide opportunities for professional learning based on TEKS-driven data. And so what that would look like is we will look at historically how our students performed on specific TEKs or specific reporting categories, and have a more responsive approach based on where the need is. We'll increase the capacity of campus-based leaders around the less of, more of one-pagers that we have, also known as our deeper learning one-pagers. And also engage staff in learning walks specific to math instruction. So we talked about that a little bit with the Gibson report, making sure that we are really purposeful and intentional about how we are looking at math, and making sure that we are providing the right professional development to our teachers so that they can improve this data. Also, provide campuses with differentiated models for coaching and curricular supports based on need. We do have some of this already occurring within our district. We do have several campuses that have math specialists that are embedded within the campus that also provide co-teaching supports for our teachers. We don't have the capacity, unfortunately, to do that in every single campus, but we definitely need to look at some differentiated models to make sure that we're providing professional development and supports to all of our campuses in which they need. And then also just to engage in a deep dive into our current reality to better understand the system that's causing these results, and to create intentional, actionable, and measurable steps to drive positive change. To me, this is the most important step because we do have, it is concerning that we aren't seeing as much growth in math that we would like to see in the district. And so my question is why? Why is that? What are the things that are contributing to the data that we're seeing? And what tweaks or changes can we make within our system to get a better result? So to me, that's the most important piece right now, is really tackling the why.
Do you remember in school when the teacher was going to call on you and you had an answer ready, and then the person right before you took your good answer? Emily and Brenda did that to me tonight. So I'm really grateful that they went through some of the things related to CCMR. They highlighted some of this with the AP data. We talked about IBCs, industry-based certifications. So on this slide, one thing that Emily did touch on, I want to hit on it again. If you look at the year 2022 and 2023, that's when the state changed the measure for CCMR. So prior to that year, 23, a 60% would have gotten the district an A. So even at that point, we were way above the state average. Moving forward, what the state did was retroactively change that score for the 22 graduates. So those kids that already left the system, there was nothing we could do to go back and impact that year, which is why we went into the lawsuit against the state to hold that data, because of changing the game after the game was over. So looking ahead at our data, if you look and see, we continue to exceed the state average, like I said. On to the next slide, you can see that our Asian and white students are still above the state average, maintaining an A score right there. So an 88 is the new cut score for us to get an A. And so several of our student groups are already at or above that. We've got some work to do with some of our other student groups, so that's something that we're going to focus on in our classes. On to the next slide, breaking it down by student populations again. Our special education students are still above where we need to be to maintain an A. Our economically disadvantaged and emergent bilinguals are not where we want them to be, so it's still work that we've got to do. Part of this is mapping out where those courses are taking place in our classes and making sure we've got accommodations in place. So with a lot of these industry-based certifications, because they are an industry standard exam, we can't modify or provide accommodations for those tests. And that's one of the biggest things that we've faced with students in those classes that need accommodations for other exams. We cannot provide them for these. So it's been a challenge for us to work through that and make sure that our students persist and continue to get those certifications in those courses.
And I'm going to pipe in for just a minute real quick. Dr. Benneker, he made a very, I think, a very valid point that we have to understand that many times we desire, and we absolutely provide different accommodations for our students because we want them to be successful. We talked about the design and implement, right? So we're going to absolutely do that in our day-to-day, in our classrooms. But the accommodations that we make for our students sometimes in the classrooms are not always things that can be used on other assessments, whether those be national assessments or state assessments, because we have very certain criteria that we have to follow for those. So we do our very best to train and to ensure that how are we helping prepare those students. But at the end of the day, we want to do what's best for our students, not for just one test.
Okay, and so this last slide that I've got right here shows the percent of students that have met the TSI criteria, the Texas Success Initiative in both math and English language arts. 74% of our students, which is really good. And that's a goal that each campus has set individually to focus on that. So if you break it down and look at some of our schools, we've got some that are performing in the 80% range, that are doing really well with TSI. That top bar right there is CCMR achieved by other measures. So that could be the AP, IB, industry-based certifications, and I pulled some of that data, and it was in the slides y'all saw before with the CBAS report. 13,000 AP exams. We had 4,600 industry-based certifications that were given to our students over the last year. Industry-based certifications is another area where the state keeps changing the game, and they update that list. One good thing that did come with legislation this most recent session was that they're going to lock in that list for the next 5 years. So we can compare apples to apples from 25 through 30 versus the previous 5 years where it's been apples, orange, banana. The list changes every year. Certain courses, they sunset, they fall off. The other good thing that just came out, and I think I read this last night with House Bill 8, is leaving some of those certifications on there if they've sunsetted for 2 years for a student to finish out. So even if they've taken it off the list, if a student has completed that, it will still count for that kid. So they're giving us multiple opportunities. Another great one with industry-based certifications is the state will reimburse us for 2 exams for students, whereas previously it was just 1 exam. So we had to be very selective with the exams we were offering to our kids. If we offered an exam that was $15 and we got reimbursed for it, if the next year they took a $125 exam, I couldn't collect the reimbursement for that. Now I can. So it just gives our kids more options, prepares them for college, career, military, whatever pathway they choose, gives them lots of options. I think that's my last slide. So yeah, I talked a lot about what CT is going to do to align those courses. We have 111 certifications aligned to courses. We'll continue to refine that and make sure that we're providing our students lots of opportunities to get those certifications. Again, AP and IB are very pervasive in our system. Our students have no problem accessing those courses as well as dual credit, and that's why we've got such a high TSI rate for students to go into the dual credit coursework.
I just have a comment about the CCMR. So I was at a conference not too long ago, and at a session there was a school district that said that that one of the ways that they were able to increase their CCMR to 90% was to have a dashboard. I mean, we've talked about data a lot today, where every student had a note or notice of where they were with that, if they had achieved it or not. And if they hadn't achieved it by their junior year, they had a conference with them and their families and let them know that this is very important and here's how you can get it. And they actually didn't give them an off period until they got their CCMR. So it was just a thought about looking at how others have been doing that, because looking at the trends for each of the different student groups, it's good to see for everything we've discussed today to see upward trends as opposed to dips. That's where it starts getting more concerning.
Absolutely. So previous district, we did implement a policy where students were not allowed to take an off period until they had met CCMR. The unintended consequence of that was we had more kids on campus. But it gave us the opportunity. We weren't chasing those kids down to make sure that they had met CCMR. Our CT department just recently onboarded a program that they're going to use that does track students, and I can log in and I can click on a student. I can see the opportunities that exist for that kid based on the classes they're taking, because it maps all of if they're in a dual credit class, if they're in an AP class, and it leads to an exam, I can run that report and I can see which students have an opportunity to meet CCMR filtering that information so we can sit down with each campus and go student by student and look across the board and see where they are, so that we will get very granular with that data.
Board members, Trish? We have no more questions. Oh my goodness. Thank you all so much. We really
Thank you
appreciate
very
it.
much.
Next, we'll go to 7C1, discussion of a resolution nominating an individual to the TCAD or WCAD Board of Directors. Dr. Pete Pape, you're up.
Good evening, members of the board, Madam President, Dr. Gearing. Just going to brief, it's that time of year again for the WCAD and TCAD nominations. I do have a couple of a correction to the cover page. It says September 1st was when the date that the CADs were supposed to provide the information to us, and that was the old law, and that was what was sent to us by the CADs, or one of the CADs. We have gotten corrected information. It's actually October 1st, but it doesn't change the deadline. So they had to have it to us by October 1. We still have to have our vote to them by October 15. So it really doesn't change our timeline. So I just wanted to give a brief update. If you recall, with the law change 2 sessions ago, this is the second round where each CAD will have the election. We'll get to the point where they have, this will be every 2 years now. And then we will go, there'll be 4-year terms. So every 2 years we'll have both CADs will have their nominate and then their election for the positions that are elected, which were new 2 years ago. So what we do expect, in talking with the CAD, we do expect to receive the information next week. So we'll be well in advance of October 1st, and we'll put that in the board memo next week. So I want to just briefly discuss tonight, the tentative timeline would be, we would put that in the memo next week. If we can get any nomination names by Friday, September 19th. And then we could have that information and we'd put that on the October 9th board agenda.
Questions? Board members, questions? We're good. All right, Pete, close us out with the business and finance monthly reports.
We have the standard monthly reports. We have the monthly bond report. Just highlight the 2021 now has an additional page, and the 2023 bond authorization is now separated on a 5-page report. We are working to, there was some, a lot of the things will say board approved if we went to the bond oversight committee and made a change. So we've been marking that on the report. However, there were about 2 or 3 things that were done prior to when we made that decision. So we're going to go back and get all those that were done before. I think there was a road with the emergency road, and then some things of that nature. So we'll get all those on there, so it all states exactly anything that's been changed or that went to the went to the bond oversight committee. Will reflect that. The monthly financial report. This is pretty standard. I don't have anything on that one that's out of the ordinary. The monthly investment report, we earned about $2.6 million of interest in the month of July for all funds. And then the monthly tax collection report. Even though it's for July, we kind of really run our taxes through August, even though our fiscal year is July. And so we're at 99.16%. We were at 99.24% in the prior year. So we're close. And is there any questions you want to happy to answer on any of those monthly reports?
Board members, any questions?
I'm going to try to do it in less than a minute.
All right.
But I'd like board members, I know. I want board members to build on this or ask me if I'm missing something. Pete, you and I talked about it, and so I want to make sure board members are clued into this question I was asking. As I was looking at the budget, it looks like we get 460 in revenue, but on our payroll cost, it's 415. I think we said it was like 90%. I think, I'm guessing you're gonna have a conversation with us about this coming up, because this is something that the administration's been telling us is something we need to address as we're moving forward. I am curious though, like, how we do this well and look at the system. This goes back to some of that defined autonomy so that we can be fair and consistent across the board. So I just wanted to point out that I'm seeing this and would like to know more as we move forward, kind of how this looks as a whole picture.
No, yeah, we'll have those conversations that we brought up, starting probably next Tuesday, as well as further discussions throughout the fall as we really look at the 26-27 budget and that process, and the three reviews that we've had done, and one of those being the one that was reported on tonight. We are very heavy, as most service industries are, in payroll.
Yeah.
When we're a little bit
For a
higher.
reason,
So,
yeah.
I mean, there's something that we're looking at, and again, as you mentioned before, it's how do we find that balance between what we want to accomplish and how do you want to do it? And so you're correct, that will be greatly discussed in probably the next 3 months, over
Yep.
the next 3 months.
And just my request is I want to make sure we see that. I want to understand what this looks like in the system because there's a lot of different pieces. And then bonds. And board members know I've been asking about this. In this new environment, we were just talking about it with audit, we're change managing. How are we adapting to this? And so one of the questions I asked you is, given the new position of the legislature on how we should spend bond funds or how we should not be tackling bond funds for certain things. It looks like we might hit like more of our cap a little sooner. We can't over levy the same way. And so that was one of the numbers is like really how much room do we have in our bond funds at this time? And then do we have a good understanding of what projects are already out the door, what projects we've already approved versus what projects are kind of, were y'all waiting to ask us questions on? What are those other projects so we are all on the same page of like what's going and what we need to have a discussion on? And that, not tonight, I just wanted to see if board had any other questions, or at least so they could hear, y'all could hear me ask my questions in case you think I'm off on something, you could tell me.
No, I was hoping we'd get that information next Tuesday, or starting next Tuesday, not the entire
Yeah, not the
information.
entire thing, but yeah, we'll start that as well as I have requested an updated capacity analysis and anticipate that being in next week's board update, board memo as well.
All right, board members, any other questions? No more questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, board members, it is 12:13 a.m. And the board will now go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Codes 551071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and/or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551074, personnel deliberation regarding resignations, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personal and public officers. Texas Government Code 55100821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personal identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551074, superintendent summative evaluation. No action will be taken in closed session. Any action related to closed session agenda items will be taken when the board returns to open session. It is 1:47 a.m. and having no further business, this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees is adjourned.